You still?
Man, I ain't talking about that shit. I'm trying to buy one of your joints. One of your gorilla joints.
Oh yeah, right. No, I'm saying I gotta wait on my man. He we just now starting to get back into the groove of things. Like it's starting to slow down. We starting to get back and be able to do certain shit. So yeah, I got you. I'm gonna let you know. Trust me, I ain't this guy shit not letting niggas know. I got you.
You
You
say
know.
nigga when it come and you better buy it, nigga.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna let you know. Don't worry.
What design I seen? I don't even remember, yo.
The Black Lives Matter, always matter joint.
I misspelled it on yours. I know I did, didn't
No. I don't think so.
I? I think I did.
Damn. I
Yeah.
ain't even look at it for no. Nah, you ain't. I don't think you did.
Yeah, I swear, yo, black lives really don't matter, yo. I spelled it wrong.
Damn.
The word African, yo, I left off the I or some stupid shit. I did all of it.
Let me look. Let me look. I'm
Oh
gonna
my
look at
God.
this.
Butchered it.
All right. Yeah, y'all. We live, yo.
Mm.
Try wait for the room to fill up a little bit.
If you take, you got Sheffrin L on the title. What the hell is the title of the show, nigga? If you change the title, Joe, to the Pseudo Killers, it might help. It might run
I
some
don't even
traffic.
know how I changed the title. My bad, y'all.
Lord, you can do it for the YouTube. You can go on the YouTube channel and change it. I'm saying, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Watch how many views we get on the shows once you put our name on there. Right now, you just got Sheffrin L. Like, who the fuck is that? Is that might be one of the pseudo? I'm not sure. He's an L. He
He
might not.
might be a pseudo.
Right. Might
Right.
be more.
Yo went more on us and shit, yo.
Definitely.
Oh man.
I don't even know how to. All right, so I'm on the YouTube.
Go to the studio.
No, Uncle spelled the joint right.
The
Oh
bottom.
no, no you didn't. No, you didn't.
Pork chop, what up?
What up?
Indonesia 5000.
What up?
Ari Gans.
That's Warren. What's up? We're gonna have a little light discussion. Couple different topics since it's slow tonight. You feel me? We're gonna try to get into some stuff.
I'm beating up all the back to Africa people. That's what I'm gonna do. I don't know what y'all doing. The hell wrong with you? All right, let me get you
If
to see
we
the
go back to Africa, we gotta make it better.
right.
Right.
We can't go back to
Be another burden.
the Iron Age.
Right.
You feel me?
Right.
Africans was on the top of their game in the Iron Age. You feel
Shit.
me?
Right.
So we got to come up to the space age. I totally agree. Um, we can romanticize, our history, but we have to modernize Africa nowadays. So,
That's real, yo.
yep.
It don't make sense.
Right.
You should never go back to the place when you lost.
Mm.
As a matter of fact, the ancestors gonna cuss you out. They be like, "Didn't you study the history?"
So you going back 5,000 years ago?
They were like,
Right.
ancestors like, you did you study the history? Did you see what happened to us? You be like, why are you going back to that space? You feel me?
Facts.
You gotta go forward, yo. We go back so that we can study what happened to us.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
We don't go back and become, you know what I'm saying, the thing that you know what I'm saying, the very thing that wasn't able to deal with, you know what I'm saying, the pressure that was put on us. Never do that. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We space age Africans. We live in a society that's in the space age. Bronze age civilization ain't gonna make it. Let me give you a great example. So we want to go back and go to Africa, sit amongst the elders in Africa, go to the juju man, you know what I'm saying? The medicine traditionalists, right? You go get them formulas, right? And then you take the scientists and the doctors, you know what I'm saying? And you do your thing. You do what they do in the space age with the medicine. You don't take the herb and give a person the herb. You synthesize it. Simple as that. You do what they do. They go in the Amazon jungles. They go, rainforests. They go in the rainforest in Africa. They sit amongst the traditionalists. They do all that, bro. And then they put the science on it. That's what you do. You don't go take the herb. You don't do that. So you should go back to Africa. If you're going to go back to Africa, make sure you build some modernized hospitals with the best technologies in a hospital, with the safest medicine that you can do. As Africans, you can make the medicine safer. That's what I'm talking about. Hell, you don't go back. Don't go back and be back. That's crazy. Yeah, that don't make no sense. To go back. Now we going forward. You can't go live in the past. And so when people be talking the natural thing and all that, that's a bunch of malarkey, man. They misuse the term natural. This is a bunch of malarkey, man. You do not go back to live back. Man, we trying to live forward. Right? We want to push Africa forward, not back. Because we have clear evidence over the last 500 years, right, of colonialism in Africa that's not working. It's clear, right? That we need satellites. You know what I'm saying? We need drones. We need roads, infrastructure. We need concrete. Right? We need vaccines. We need to start developing our own medicine. That's what we need. We don't need to go back and live back. It's crazy, man. It's a darn. And people be saying it like they slick.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like I said, we romanticize Africa a little bit too much. You know, we romanticize I got feedback.
No, that was me.
Oh, that
got
was
you.
Oh yeah,
somebody.
we romanticize Africa a little bit too much. We not working to bring Africa forward. You know what I mean? We steadily going back. We not trying to bring Africa forward enough. You know what I mean? It's one thing to study your history, but it's another thing of trying to go back, like you said, to the place where we lost at. You know what I mean? Our technology where we was at when we came in contact with Western Asians and Europeans, at that point in history, we lost. We were behind. You don't want to go back to that point. So
No.
I totally get where you coming from, and that's a good point. That's something we need to stress a little bit more. We even do that when people start talking about diets. You dig what I'm saying?
Yep.
Falls wise, we have a belief that, we ate healthier back in the day, versus now. I think that need to be cleared up. You know what I mean? Because the human diet is much more diverse now. You feel me? Mm-hmm. Like they can do studies on ancient fossils, and they can look at it and tell what the people were suffering from because of their diets. The Egyptians had horrible their teeth. Their dentistry was horrible. You dig what I'm saying? It caused a lot of diseases within their population. Like if you had poor dentistry, the way that they grinded up their wheat, right? Sometimes they would get sand in it. Sand rot your teeth. I mean, it was so many different.
All the time, because the grinding stones, it left the kernels in there.
Yeah. Go into that.
Yeah, the grinding stones, because they got grinding stones back then. And so when you grind the wheat and stuff like that, some of the stone itself wears down with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And so they study teeth, and your teeth wear down based off of having those little pieces of stone, of course.
Right. Like they show certain mummies where those people would have lived longer if they had proper dentistry. A lot, you can die from bad dentistry. Like it can shorten your lifespan. You know, certain infections, if you don't know how to deal with those infections in your mouth, that should kill you. You know what I mean?
That's a
It
fact,
kill
bro.
you. So I mean, they wasn't as healthy as we like to make them out. Their diet didn't provide them with the optimal health that we romanticize about nowadays. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they just, I mean, yeah, they overuse the word natural. Yo,
Mhm.
natural will kill you. That's what kill you anyway. You die. You know what I'm saying? All deaths is from natural causes. Whether you get a heart attack, not unless you get in a car accident.
Right.
You feel me? So I think this has been promoted in the community a long, long time, man. It's really bad information, man. It's bad. I call it the blackity black black. It's bad. Like it's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not feasible. It makes no sense. The ancestors be mad at you. They be like, why the hell, why you come back here and recreate this?
Right.
So watch this. Even if you would watch this, even if you recreated it, let's just say we had the power to go back in time. Us right here, right? Knowing what we know. And we go back and we recreate that. And we understand a white man, right? We're not gonna let him in. We get it. We know who he is. Not gonna, man, how you gonna stop him from coming in? You're not gonna be able to stop him.
Right. So
Even if
so
you,
so basically what he's saying is if you go back to when Africa was at its zenith, like the top of their technology, if you try to put them in modern times, they're still behind.
right,
It's nothing, you know what I mean? Is we have advanced past that stage. We need to
correct.
know that part of human history. We advanced past it. So I totally agree with him on that.
And
Vance,
it's,
where you at?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Okay.
I'm just listening. I
Okay.
ain't I ain't I ain't drifted off yet.
I think about you, he on the clock. Yo, it's 10 o'clock. You gotta get up at 3:30. Oh,
I've
did
been
you
getting up
send it?
that
Did you
early.
send anything to Kent? You ain't sent anything to Kent, did you?
Yeah, I emailed it to him. He was eating chicken.
Right,
You
right,
know, you
right. He
can't
said
eat
give him a
chicken.
minute.
You can't eat chicken and talk to the conscious community. They
Oh
Right.
gonna
yeah,
go
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, yeah, yeah. He's on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna put. All right, so recreating at the space where you lost don't make no sense. You're supposed to go back to understand your ancestors, right? To make a connection with you. That's why we go back. We go back to understand their plight, right? We study. That's why we study, our African culture. That's why we study the slave trade, right? Because European culture will cause you to forget where the hell you came from. So you never want to forget where you came from. That's why they got, their ancestors on their dollar bills, right? That's why what is St. Patrick's Day? That's celebrating
Mhm.
their island ancestors. You know what I'm saying? And that's important for human beings to reconnect. What we do, we do too much. We take the easy way out. It's easy to recreate, quote unquote, what your ancestors had. Think about that. It's not hard. You could do it. You could do it. It's not hard. The hard part is taking what you know and understand, right, and build something for the future. Because then you would have to be all the way up on modern day technology, right? All the way up on modern day science, top medical science, and all that. People around you have to have certain degrees, engineering, and all that to build something for the future. That's hard, but it's easy to go back. We can go back to the time where we had villages and stuff like that, make it real neat. You know what I'm saying? That's easy, bro. That's the easy. So all these people running around here, they taking the easy way out. That's easy to say, yo, I'm going back to Africa and just live in Ghana. That's easy, yo. Why don't you go back to Ghana, you know what I'm saying, and raise a powerful city state? You feel me? But the government is clicking right. because the bureaucracy in Africa and certain African nations, period, is horrible. African Americans is still going back to Africa, getting 20,000 took from them on some old, I'm gonna give you some land. That's the truth. And everybody know it. And damn near ready to lose your life. So when you go back to those spots, you better know that they always gonna look at you as an African American. And rightfully so. You're never gonna be a continental African. That's okay. Go back and be who you are. Go back and understand the culture, learn the culture. Go back and add something to it. That's what's important. Don't go back. It don't make sense. We've been through too much, right? We've been put at a spot where we clearly have an advantage, right? If we go to Africa somewhere and build it up, we have an advantage. We got the connections, you know what I'm saying? We got the proper protocols, you know what I'm saying? We run all industries, we understand. Like we would be an asset. We're not an asset to them just going back, doing what they do. Then why would they need you? They got enough Africans in Africa. Why would they need you? They wouldn't, would they? So I think we get that twisted too. I think we get it twisted too, the Back to Africa movement. Why I want to go back, yo? Now, when I go back, I want to be able to bring something to the table because that's what the Christians do. Y'all can say what y'all want. You know what I'm saying? I worked for a company, you know what I'm saying? I had a cleaning contract for a company. It was a Christian company. And they was shoe boxes. They would fill the shoe boxes with toothbrush, essentials and stuff like that. Shoes and stuff. Right? And they just give them out. They would give them away. So they had a donating center. I know how that works. I know how to do that. They actually had a donating center. I know every aspect of that because guess what? I sit there and I watched it. Right? What they did was they sent out emails and stuff like that, and they had the Christians come in, right? By the hundreds, y'all, right? And they ran that shit. I know how to do it. You bring the stuff in, they had the dogs come through and sniff the stuff, right? All right? They had them dogs on deck, they sniffed the stuff, they took the stuff out, okay? The stuff they could, like candy and stuff like that, they put that in a separate area. And they sorted all the stuff out. So one side with about 300 people sorted this shit out. The other side would repackage it and put it in the boxes, right? Another person would come and put it in the big boxes. Then they put it back on the trucks to go out, to go to Africa. I seen the whole process. And they did it every day. And every day, different groups of volunteers would come in and they would enjoy their day. They had Chick-fil-A there and stuff like that for them to buy if they wanted to. You know what I'm saying? People with their coolers and all that. Those Christians really enjoyed themselves. All right? They prayed breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They even tried to get me to say do a prayer. I was like, y'all don't want me to do a prayer. I was like, nah, I ain't doing that. It was funny. But I just want to let y'all know, man, them Christians ain't over there telling we going back. We're going to go back and live in our sunset. That's not what you do. We got it all twisted. And when I say it, people is mad as hell, Chef. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like, they mad. And it's crazy, yo. And I can never get people to understand, yo. I don't think we ever will be able to, man. We want to go back. Go back to where we lost. It's crazy, yo. Now, I want to go back and push it in the space age. Because, see, that's the only place you can compete. See, that's how much I love Africa. I love Africa so much. I love my ancestors so much, right? That I want to be able to compete with them people, you know what I'm saying, that took that from them. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, man. I don't want to take up the whole. Come on, yo.
No, yo, you was rocking. You was rocking.
Yeah, I don't want to get the Holy Ghost. I just want y'all to add to that because I'm just trying to really, get people to really catch what I'm saying, yo. If you really love your ancestors, bro, you got to know, yo, if you could run back into your ancestors, yo, they would absolutely say, what in the hell are you doing, dog? You mean to tell me y'all got all this and you ain't willing to take that back to build Africa for real? Do y'all know that we read it on the show, Chef, where Charles Darwin's son, Charles Darwin Jr., said one day the brown race is going to take the planet. You remember we read that, right? Read that in Dr. Bennett's book.
Facts.
The question is, why didn't our elders read us that passage in Dr. Bennett's book? See? Why did they put us down with the Darwin family? It was in Dr. Bennett's book. I didn't go to a European to read that. I read that right out of Africa, mother of Western civilization, yo. I'm not bringing anything new. We're not bringing nothing new. This is what the serious elders gave us. You ain't never heard Dr. Ben talk about I want to go live in a village. He's like, nope, I'm cool right here in an old folks' home in New York. I'm good. I'm good. Everybody come see me, bring my food. I'm good. I'm. Everybody thought Dr. Ben was broke. He wasn't broke. He enjoyed being there. You ain't hear him say, I'm gonna die in Africa. He ain't say that.
Right. So Darwin's son, grandson, is quoted saying that the darker races is going to take over.
Yeah, because he understands cycles. And he understands if you can imagine Africa, you really can't. You can fit 3 Americas in Africa. The abundancy, okay? There's a lot of untapped resources. Why is it a lot of untapped resources? Why is it they need China? You know why they need China, United States, and Russia and stuff like that? Because they can't get the shit out the dirt the damn self, yo. Because of technology. So even if we could just have Africa, how you gonna get the how you gonna get the minerals and shit out of that? So you're gonna always need science and technology. Don't get it twisted, don't get it confused. So as you go back, right, you ain't even gonna be able to get the shit you need to do what you need to do. Matter of fact, you won't even need it because you won't think you need it. It's just interesting. Darwin, type it in. It's called the last million years, I believe. That's the article.
Yeah, but see that came up from a conversation that people were saying that Darwin was racist.
Correct.
So you started going into showing how he wasn't racist, like how his work proved that he was the exact opposite of a racist.
Yeah.
Right. So that was last week's conversation, but you know, and we did a couple shows on it. Garfield did a show on it. And you made some good points, but I don't think it was clear. But I need you to explain the reason why you was defending Darwin.
Oh. Yeah, because that's the
not whether he was a racist or not. I think it was an underlying reason why you was defending him in this community. Can you go into that?
Yeah, yo, that's a damn good question, yo, because that's the pillars that we stand on, y'all. We stand on Charles Darwin's work. And here it is. It's very basic and very simple, right? Everybody in the community, well, not everybody, those who are African-centered, right, will say, everybody will say this, though. Everybody stands on Darwin's work on this point, that we are the mothers and fathers of humanity. Right or wrong? They say that. Okay, check. They also say, right, that we're the oldest people on the planet, right? Check. So you got, we the mothers and fathers of civilization, right? We're the oldest people on this planet, right? And we come from Africa. Okay. These statements have to be proven. It's just a bunch of malarkey and a bunch of philosophy if you don't have the scientific evidence to back it up. If you don't have the paleontology, right? If you don't have the archaeology, okay? If you don't have the DNA evidence, you're just talking like everybody else talking. You're just talking like the Europeans was talking when they said Asia was the cradle of civilization. You got a bunch of jargon and rhetoric, right? When the Jews and the Christians say that the garden is where man was made first in Turkey and that area. It's just rhetoric at that point. So all we got is a bunch of rhetoric. Oh, you know, we the mothers and fathers of humanity. Yeah, yeah, we first on the planet. Oh, yeah, we the oldest people on the planet. Oh, yeah, we come from Africa. We Africans. Oh, yeah, we'll prove it. You can't prove it, not unless you go to Charles Darwin. See, you can't prove it. You're just talking. And any evidence you bring that's legitimate comes out of Charles Darwin's theory. I mean, like, it's the tough pill to swallow. Did you send Corey the link? You ain't even send Corey the link, did you?
Is in the pseudo killer chat.
Huh?
It's in the chat. He can go to our chat and there you go. That will Kent right there.
I'm saying Corey now. I see Kim.
Yeah, Corey can go to the
Well, I ain't seen him. I don't know where he at. He might, you know him. He gets up early. He comes with Corey for real. So I'm saying, man, check this out, man. For real. I mean, I wouldn't have hung out with Charles Darwin. I mean, you get my point though, because I don't even got friends like that now. I don't hang out with white people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, shit. I grew up. I didn't have a whole lot of white friends. A few. I got one white boy. Cool as shit, man. That's my little man, yo. We won a championship together when we was in Little League. I never forget nobody that was on that team. He used to always cuss out the refs and shit. Scotty. You can look him on YouTube, DJ Scotty B. Cool dude, man.
Yeah, Scotty B. Oh, you hoop with Scotty B?
Yeah, nigga, yeah. Ask him about you. Like, yo, that nigga was a baseball player. Nigga he'll tell you, yo. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So
he a cool white boy. That's different.
Right. Yeah. I wouldn't let nobody tell me he wasn't cool.
Yeah.
Good dude. Yeah, all the way. Father, mother, all the way. Like, you couldn't tell. So I don't be listening to people they be saying that. But I'm saying primarily, you know what I'm saying, I can count my white friends. I Scotty B. I ain't got no other names for you. Maybe the quarterback, Ben. And we wasn't friends, but he was a quarterback on the championship team I had in football, Ben. I knew his father because his father gave me business advice. We used to go Pinky. You familiar with Pinky on Wrightstown Road? It's a Jamaican spot now. But it used to be Pinky's little restaurant. We go there for the breakfast and stuff. Across the street from Parker's Barbershop. Well, you might not know all that right there. But the point I'm making is that he gave me business advice, yo. He said, always work for yourself. Right? And he's explained why. He was a Jewish guy. Right? But back to the point, I almost lost the damn point, yo. But the point is that you can't
You
prove
went too far back, huh? All the way back.
No, we back on dog, and I got it. I ain't gone yet. I ain't gone yet.
Right.
Almost one more minute. I don't went too far.
You was about to go back.
back
into the 60s, man. I was like, what the hell?
You got to remember.
My bad, bro.
But the real point is that these statements that we stick our chests out on, right, is really based off of the work of Charles Darwin, yo. Because you got people in the community that also make this statement. We the Asiatic black man. No, we not. Right? You got people in the community say, yo, we the Native Americans. No, we not. How do you tell them they not? Because you hit them with the out of Africa theory. So who was the first person to proclaim that human beings started in Africa, yo? Charles Darwin. So I don't know why people don't like him. I don't know. I personally, I appreciate all great thinkers. And I'm gonna call a spade a spade. He was a great thinker, right? And if you can really imagine like the time he was in, you would have to go watch this, y'all. You would have to literally go back to ancient Africa, right, to find people telling us that we was connected to all the plants and all that, right? So you look at the deities that the Africans was creating, they was nature-based, right? So they understood, right, that we had a fundamental relationship with all of nature. So the idea that humans are connected to animals, you know what I'm saying, is not a Charles Darwin original idea. It's not a European original idea. It's an African idea. You know what I'm saying? Understanding that life transforms over time, which is evolution, is not a original European idea, right? It's not even a Muslim original idea, right? Because we got Al-Jahid, he's an evolutionist, right? He's a Muslim, right? These Muslims was talking about evolution, but that's not even an original idea. You know what I'm saying? You got to go all the way back to the Nile Valley where they give you the symbol Kepida, the dung beetle, okay? Where it's called transformation. And he's telling you the God, Kepida, he's a deity. They deified evolution, okay? But the difference between what they had and what Charles Darwin had, right? Watch this. And why they say Charles Darwin is the father of evolution, right? Is because Charles Darwin, out of everybody, the Africans and all that, he identified the mechanism. He gave it a why. You know what I'm saying? So if you read the story, the overthrowing of a pet, right? You hear Wu Jia and them break this down, right? It talks about I came into being as Kepida. You know what I'm saying? I came into being, you know, and it repeats it over, go over again. It's simply saying that everything is transforming constantly. And I probably butchered the story, right? But y'all can look that up. That's deep, though. But the point is, Charles Darwin actually identified the mechanism, you know what I'm saying, that caused things to transform over time. So the pillars of what we stand on is that. So you'll hear silly dudes on Facebook conversations, on YouTube channels say, when I say evolution is fake. It don't work. But I'm African. You be like, how do you know you African then? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you know you first on the planet? How do you know that you the mothers? How do you know? See, it's like they dagger. They said, how are you saying you African from civilization? First you do that from Africa, but yet deny your proof. That's just the craziest thing ever. I don't
really before I even heard of evolution or Darwin, I didn't know life started in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Because all we knew in elementary school was Africans was the jungle people. And I'm just speaking from, not even knowing that, growing older and knowing that was evolution. That's what evolution was saying. Right? So all we knew was African booty scratcher. Like in DC, that's what in school, that was the joke in elementary school with amongst the kids. Oh, you African booty scratcher. You had an African kid in there talking funny and talking like with the African dialect. Oh, he African booty scratcher. But what I learned from, listening to guys like Uncle, whatever, Africa was the birthplace of humanity. And who brought that? Darwin. But we're taught that Darwin was an evil guy by what? Christianity. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if that don't paint the picture, you know what I'm saying? We were already pitted against Darwin from the jump. Christianity, religion. For me, they told me evolution was evil. They said the Big Bang was out of here. Like, don't believe in none of that because that's evil. Big Bang is evil. Evolution is evil. You know what I'm saying? So Darwin was already in our community, as far as how I was raised, it was already over. You feel me? You want to speak to that? Because like that, I'm telling you from experience, that's what was taught to me, was that evolution and Big Bang was evil.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention that much to even hear that.
Yeah. I was pulling my heart out just now.
No. I heard what you
I was
said.
fucking with you, man.
I'm
My
saying
bad.
in school, I didn't pay attention in school.
No,
Right?
in school, in school, they now and I'll say this. I've met a few teachers, you know what I'm saying, women teachers, science teachers, that I was like, oh snap, you a science teacher? Oh, okay. Well, you know, I rock with science. Like this is recently. I rock with science. You know, what you think about this? What you think about that? Because I'm thinking they're gonna be on that level. And they like, oh, I don't mess with evolution though. And I'm like, yo, you a science teacher and you don't mess with evolution? And they're like, oh no, I'm you know what I'm saying? I'm a Christian. I don't, you know, I just teach it. Like, so how are you a teacher? How are you a science? We got our kids in school with a science teacher that teaches evolution
But
and
don't
the
believe
Big
it.
Bang and don't believe, like, and this is real, like, dog, this is so real. I'm being so real right now. Two people. I've met two science teachers, women that they teach science and they do not believe in evolution or the Big Bang, and it's all because of religion. And they're teaching our kids. So when they're teaching it, I'm wondering, like, okay, so how are you teaching it? Like, are you teaching it like, oh, okay, but this is just, you know, a theory. This, you know, this is what they say, but don't believe in that. You know, God is real. God is this.
That's exactly how they saying it.
Because you know, some of our teachers used to do that. They used to be like, they used to bust a prayer down in school, even though prayer was outlawed. They used to still bust a prayer down. You know what I'm saying? And put that in our classrooms. And I even had a Muslim teacher that, you know, gave us. I got my. I lie to you not. I got all of my conspiracy theories. I got a book that I got right now by Jim Mars. It's a conspiracy book. I forgot the name of it, but I can give it to you later. A Muslim teacher, substitute, came in there, gave us that. And he gave us all the little stuff that was on the back of the dollar bill, the 13 stars and all of that. He did the little star. You know all the signs on the back of the dollar bill. I know you done been through all of that. You know, all the little stuff on the back of the Mason. You connect this dot to that dot to that dot to that dot.
Yeah,
you say Mason. You feel me? A Muslim dude taught us that. So when I saw that for the first time in 11th grade,
blew your mind.
And probability and statistics class, a Muslim substitute teacher, not the regular teacher, white dude was our regular teacher. Substitute Muslim dude came in there and was like, yo, boom, and Aquafina, you know, this, that, and the third. He started putting that, you know what I'm saying, just giving us all kind of dudes.
He did what?
Man, nigga blew my fucking mind, dog. I was in that joint like, what the hell? Oh, snap. I went and bought the book and everything. Ruled by Secrecy. That's the name of the book. Ruled by Secrecy by Jim Mars.
Oh, he gave you a pseudo book, yo.
I went and got that junk. I went and got that junk. Was reading that junk.
Man, you should have went to the principal, yo.
Hey, look, that junk was telling us
child abuse.
Yo,
child abuse,
yo, that junk was telling us.
Hey, Kent, that's why he was a substitute teacher, bro. Never listen to the substitute teacher.
Hey,
yo.
I thought he was a secret. I thought it was a secret mission, yo. I thought he was in that joint, like, yo. You feel me? Like I was. Hey,
we never listened to the substitute teacher, yo. We was like, this nigga ain't strong enough to be a teacher.
But no substitute teacher brought it the way that nigga brought it to me. Man, like all the other substitute teachers was old white women, you know, or old black ladies, and they just was there for the paycheck.
What's the name of the book? Let me see. It's a pseudo.
Ruled by Secrecy by Jim Mars, and he is a pseudo dude. Because this stuff, I got two books, Mom. Another one was like money something, but I did my research. He's a pseudo guy. You know, not once I got a little bit better in the knowledge and all of that, and I actually was able to decipher the pseudo information from the real information.
It's on YouTube.
Who that? Jim Mars.
Oh man,
he was preaching the Anunnaki. He was preaching all of that Sumerian. Ancient aliens crap. He was on that. You know what I'm saying? So I was bought into that through my Muslim substitute teacher in 11th grade. And that's where I really first got into all of the extra. But it was the journey that led me into where I'm at now with y'all. You feel me? So I appreciate him making me think outside of the Christian box. You know what I'm saying? And get into some old other. But I had to float through I had to swim through the bull to get to the real.
Right.
And that's my journey, you know what I'm saying? But that happened though. But Jim Mars, yeah, Rule by Secrecy, I was on. I was like, oh, this is that's where I learned about the Bilderbergs and the who else? You know, all the Trilateral Commission. Who else, man? You know what I'm talking about. You done been there. Chef, you probably done heard about.
I ain't never go that far, yo. I went.
Man, I was in the conspiracy heaven, man. I was
I ain't
out there.
never that. I ain't never. That shit
I
sound.
was up there with them boys, man.
Well, you know, I just want to say that we need to stop taking everything racially so personally. You feel me? We need to grow up and use what works. Period. You feel me? If even if Charles Darwin was a bigot, right? I'm not gonna call him a flat out racist. You feel me? Like I said, if I read some of the statements, if we move them, those statements to 2020, he could be considered a bigot in my eyes. But we have to, if he brought something to the world that has benefited the world, we need to build on that. And we can't throw away Charles Darwin completely as a black community if we want to be a scientifically viable people. You feel me? We can't throw away Charles Darwin. So however you feel about him, we need to get over it because he brought something factual to the conversation of evolution. You dig what I'm saying? So we have to deal with him. We have to deal with them. Is no way around it. We can't throw away evolution because we have a gripe with some things that Charles Darwin wrote and what he might have thought, right? In 1850. So we can't throw him away. So however y'all feel about him, right? Don't use this as a reason to, dismiss Charles Darwin and science altogether. Because contrary to popular belief, people personally can say a lot of things that could be offensive, right? I guarantee you the Wright brothers, if we look deep enough, probably held some bigoted views back in the early 1900s. But that ain't gonna stop you niggas from getting on planes. Trust me. You feel me? Ford probably held some bigoted views, but that's not gonna stop y'all from getting in y'all Benzes and y'all Hondas. You dig what I'm saying? Y'all still gonna drive y'all cars. So the guy who created the stove might have been racist. If you look back and you find out that the guy who created the gas stove, he might have been a racist. Is you gonna stop cooking your family dinner? You dig what I'm saying? Is you gonna throw away the stove? So we got to grow up a little bit. You dig what I'm saying?
Facts.
And that's my take on it.
Facts.
Go ahead, Kent.
That's real. No, that's yeah.
Y'all go ahead, Kent. Get your rock on. Get your swerve on, yo. You
okay.
rocking.
So I mean, as far as Darwin goes, man, like the brother, he ain't a brother. You know what I'm saying? I think I saw something like was hey, look, what's going on in social media world right now? They saying Beethoven was black and everybody rocking with classical music right now. Oh, Beethoven black. Boom. That jump in the Hidden Colors like a few years ago. I don't even know if he was really black or not. I'm really, from when I look at him, of the lookership, he don't look black to me.
Are you
So
serious?
it don't really matter. I mean, we got black dudes that do that type of music too. So I don't have to have a Beethoven on my team to enjoy classical music. You know what I'm saying? Although I enjoy classical music, right. It is what it is. But Darwin brought us good information. That's as far as it goes with me. I don't care what the nigga stood for. I don't care if he had a black best friend, if he was messing with black women.
Right.
I don't care about none of that. All I'm caring about, what your information say. All right, boom. Bring that to the table. Go live your personal life. Do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if he was white. I don't care if he was homosexual. I don't care if he was Indian, Asian, Chinese, none of that other stuff. Your information good? Hey, let's bring that to the table. We're going to build off of that. You know what I'm saying? Just as much as if I bring some information or if you bring some information, Chef, or I bring some information, only thing matters is like color our skin, our background or whatever like that don't even matter. As long as our information is accurate. Now, if our information is wrong, I don't care if you, the same thing. I don't care if you black, white, Asian, Dominican, whatever. If your information wrong, it's wrong. I'm going to dismiss it. I ain't going to rock with it. Whatever. If you black and your information wrong, I ain't rocking with it.
Right.
It ain't no loyalty just because you black. I'm gonna rock with your information, and that's what I told y'all earlier. That's like we had a conversation on Sean post earlier today, and old girl was like, "Oh, it's black. Y'all should just rock with the sister." Cause no, it ain't like it don't go like that when it comes to real scientific information, stuff that actually matters. So as far as Darwin go, man, his information stood true. It makes sense. Is nothing that's topping that right now. If somebody got something better to bring forth, by all means, please bring it. Like if somebody got a better explanation as to how life evolved the way it did, please bring it. We here for it. We wish, I hope somebody black brings something that overtops this, because then we can just stop having this fucking discussion as whether it's real or not. You know what I'm saying? But ain't nobody doing that. And we just gonna have to goddamn bow to, hey, that's it. It is what it is. The information is accurate, it's making sense. We're not gonna go off the magical shit. Like we on space, we call it space
age.
Space age. Like I'm not going back to Stone Age, man. We're not going back to huts and you know what I'm saying, no air conditioning in the building, man. We got air conditioning now. We not going back. You feel me? So that's where I'm at with it, Chef.
Yeah, see, and I totally agree, because the issue of it is human beings can always disappoint you.
Facts.
Because every human being had personality. You feel me? You can read something about Dr. Martin Luther King and he could end up disappointing you. You feel me?
Right.
Found out Gandhi was a racist. Messed my head up. You feel me? To find out that Gandhi was a racist. Now, if Gandhi is proclaimed as a champion of human rights because he fought for the Indians against the British, right? And the so-called racism that he felt as though the Indians were getting from the British that colonized India, right, in his day. How so can we look at it that way, and then you find out that he didn't extend those same rights that he was fighting for the Indian people inside the British government, for the rights to have those same rights because they was under the British government, right? He felt as though the Indians, he was trying to fight for their rights, right? He didn't believe that the African deserved those same rights that he was fighting for the Indians. Wow.
Right.
Now, that'll mess your head up. You feel me?
Right.
That'll mess your head up. So, even if you look at that, what I'm saying is human beings can disappoint you. You feel me? You can read stuff about Dr. Martin Luther King, certain things that Malcolm X said about Dr. Martin Luther King, right? And he was a contemporary of Dr. Martin Luther King. And he was saying how Dr. Martin Luther King and H. Rap Brown and them took money from white people, right? And Martin Luther King, and Malcolm X said he could prove it. He actually did a speech on it, right?
Right.
So what I'm saying is he was a champion of human rights. Malcolm X, You look at him, and I'm talking about our people, right?
All right.
You read your history. You know, he was a drug dealer. You know what I mean? He ran numbers. He was a burglar. You know what I mean? Human beings can disappoint you. So Charles Darwin is no different than any other human being.
Good
He
point.
can disappoint you. You feel me?
Good
You
point.
can read something that he might have said, and it could be disappointing. But does his science hold water? Yes, it does. That's one thing we can't throw away. We're not going to throw away his science because he might have held some bigoted views. That's all I'm saying. I'm not willing to do it. I'm not going to throw science in the trash because somebody might have held bigoted views. Period.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying?
And I think this is the debate, right? So with Unc and either whether it be True Storian, whether it be whoever, I think the debate is whether or not Darwin was racist or whether he held those views. Now, I'm not as into, like, I hadn't read what is it, Origin of Species and Descent of Man. That's going to be
the comments was in the Descent of Man.
Okay, so that's going to be my homework. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give myself that responsibility to read that and come up with my own conclusion on that later on. But I think the whole thing, I think Alt was arguing was he wasn't racist. He was a humanitarian, or he was what you call it, abolitionist. He was fighting against slavery, and his work proved that he was against that type of behavior. Now, once I read that, I come up with my own conclusion as to how I feel about that. You know what I'm saying? But from what I've heard so far, Unc saying, yo, the dude was an abolitionist. He didn't agree with that. Got some saying, yo, he was racist, this, that, and the third. And I think that's where the whole thing is. Now, as far as the people that say, yo, he was this and we can't fuck with his information. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to curse, but you know, we can't rock with his information. That's a whole argument. I don't care if he was racist, his information, if accurate, we still have to run with the information.
Right.
Now we deal with his personal thing on whether he needs to be honored and held to a high standard as far as his personality goes on some other conversation. But when we're talking evolution, we can't throw away evolution just because the man was flawed. If he was flawed, you feel me? And I had, like I said, I have my own conclusion in that when I read those books and I, you know what I'm saying, get the information. But you know, that's my whole thing. Like, people will throw away evolution just because they feel like, you know what I'm saying, dude was this, that, and the third. Like I said he done goddamn went at him. And I've heard these lectures in person. Oh, Darwin, the monkey man, this, that, and the third, before I actually knew what evolution even was. So when you're hearing that, and you're hearing that he's the monkey man, and he said black people was this, that, and the third, and he didn't rock with black people, it's going to turn you off of that. Not to mention, we're also dealing with the propaganda from the church, because the church that I went to in Bible study, I actually went to a private school for 3 years in middle school, a Christian school, white people, 3 years. We had Bible class. We had Wednesday. We had chapel. So I've been through the indoctrination schooling more than a lot of other people, more than most. And they preach against evolution. They preach against the Big Bang. That's evil. We shouldn't even look into it. So it's like I know the people that went to school with me that see me now is like, oh snap, like he really rocking with that. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. Like I'm going against the grain like a month right now. You know what I'm saying? So when you've gone through not only the black people that go against the racism that Darwin or whatever that they say, and then you got the church that bottom line, no Big Bang, no evolution, is very hard for people to catch a grasp to it because they already turned off as soon as you mention the words. The word turns you off. You know what I'm saying? The word evolution, is not to be said in the black community because we not rocking with evolution. We're not
Hey,
monkey.
but you know why though? Because the way that it comes off to us before we read into it is that evolution, right? We're taught, or we get it confused that it was a gradual stage, right? And then you look at that chart that it is outdated, but it show you how man evolved, right? And they have from the ape all the way up to the white man. You dig what I'm saying? Walking upright. You feel me? So it almost looks like that black Africans, right? Us are how do I want to say it? We are at a stage below the white man, in between the ape and the highest form of man. You feel me?
Right.
Meaning like they like basically white people are more evolved human beings than us, right? So like we almost like a missing link between the ape and the most evolved man. That's the perception, right? That we have when we think of evolution, right? That we are one stage removed from the ape. You dig what I'm saying? Because remember that picture?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that picture?
Yeah, it's like the monkey to the man.
Exactly. It looks like we're on that scale, right? As being less than.
But I'm about to kill that. I'm about to kill that. I'm about to kill that because in the black conscious community, we pride ourselves on being the fathers of white people, the parents, like the white people, they come from us. So how can they say anything when we're there? They're our children. You know what I'm saying? So how can they be your children if you didn't come first? And if you came first, then you would be the closest to the damn monkey man or whatever you want to call him. You know what I'm saying? If we want to call him boy the monkey man, even though we know we not from monkeys, we know monkeys is we know the whole the terminology and all of that. But let's be real, the apes that we came from, they look like monkeys, they look like gorillas. All right, we just gonna call them that. But the first humans, the first Homo sapiens or whatever you want to call it, they look like us. You know what I'm saying? And you go back a little further, they look like a monkey version of us a little bit. When you look at the real pictures, you know what I'm saying? Even though they're not classified monkeys, they look like gorillas or monkeys. You know what I'm saying? And I done seen a couple of black people that kind of look like gorillas. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. But just that was a joke, right? But I mean, we gotta be real with ourselves. What Unc told me one time, he said, man, what did the monkeys do to us? Why we hate the monkeys so much? And the real shit is because the racism.
It is how it was. It was how evolution was used against us, right? Almost like we are, less than, like everything evolves up to a state of perfection, right? Is what we was taught. Like, so white people are the most recently evolved, you know what I mean? But we know it's not evolution. Theirs is a form of adaptation. But on that chart that was showed, you feel me? I seen that shit on TV. You feel me? I seen that shit on TV. So it definitely was put into our minds that way. You dig what I'm saying? So we fight against misinformation. You dig what I'm saying? So that's the issue.
Already. And I mean, it is.
Hey, TK, what's up? You got something to say?
TK ain't even talk. She just in the cut.
Man, hiding in this piece.
You gotta open up the show or something, man. Goddamn.
Man, I didn't even know y'all were going live tonight, man. What the hell y'all got going on?
decided to jump on. We
Man,
wasn't doing
it's
shit.
time. It's
Man,
time.
I ain't know
It's
what y'all
time.
had going on. I thought Chef was trying to catch me slipping. I was chilling with my man. So and then Juju posted it in Discord. I was like, oh, these mother flowers live. I'm like, let me slide
Respect.
this way, see what's going on up in here.
Man, look, you gotta
But
subscribe and all that, man, because it's supposed to pop up on your phone or something.
Yeah, the
nah,
pseudo
I don't have the
pseudo
notifications
killers
turned
channel
on.
dead as hell. We gotta get this
Yeah,
something going.
we gotta get it rocking, man. Now we've been on for an hour already.
Gotta get them numbers up.
Damn.
What y'all
You got to
been
get the
talking
numbers
about?
right, CK. Now, this is the Pseudo Killer channel, CK. What you going to do?
Yeah, this is no holds barred on this joint. It's all you, baby.
Hey, why not? Work in progress.
Let's get it.
But anyways, peace to the
Yeah.
panelists. Peace to the
Can't
chat.
say Unk's channel. You know how you like to say Unk's channel? On some bull crap.
Anyways, what y'all been talking about? What y'all got going on? Y'all just talking about random stuff?
So we just
Ain't nobody
talking
just be
about
jumping in.
we talking about the African American community's dislike for Darwin because of the stereotype that he's a racist. If he is, okay.
I don't think that originally, I don't think that that's why Black people don't care for Darwin. Because if you think about it, the majority of the Black community is super religious. And it was really the religious community that was strongly against Darwin because it kind of broke their little Adam and Eve kind of paradigm, up a bit. Their
Facts.
whole thought process on, human beings started from these two people and God created them. But here you got this dude, kind of destroying that easily with his work. So you got to think about it. The majority of the Black community around that time would have been super duper religious. So they would have been following right behind them same, white religious people that were against it and against it for that reason. That it's kind of destroying that belief system that they had in place.
Yeah, I
now,
mentioned
it probably turned into a racist thing later on once the conscious community started coming around about when people started, because if you notice, like I noticed that as a pattern, it just seems like people like that, they try to get Black people wrapped up into their crazy beliefs. Same thing like with the alien stuff and the anti-vaccine and all that. It just seems like it's always started by crazy white people, and it somehow, some way gets into the Black community, and they get us to parrot it.
Yeah. I was telling them about my experience, what I'm saying, coming up in the Christian background, how I was turned away from evolution, like off the rip. The word evolution, I was introduced to it as something evil, as something that's trying to dismiss God, something that's trying to say that, oh, God didn't start this. Don't mess with that. You know what I'm saying? So when you hear the word in my community, in the group, in the upbringing that I was in, it was already a negative connotation to it, and it was already like you had a mental, like I don't know, it was like something mental that just made you just run away from it.
Yeah.
But they could never answer the question like, yo, how did we get here? Who is God? Who created God? Like when you ask them real questions, oh, don't question God. Don't worry about all that. Just follow the word.
Yeah, it's a part of control thing. Because, I can speak on my half. I was raised up in the Nation of Islam, so I wasn't deep in it because there really wasn't that many people in the area. So it kind of was just like a handful of us, and we had to go all the way to like Miami or Jacksonville or like Tampa to go to a mosque that had more members. But I do remember getting a lot of the, I guess you would call it Black supremacist ideology. That's what I pretty much would have called it back then. And it took when I say it took a long time, even after I pretty much was an atheist, to remove that kind of logic from my brain. Because you got a gang of Black people telling you, oh, Black people, we the God, white people, they the devil, they're not humans, and stuff like that. So you end up holding a lot of a pseudo I would just call it pseudo ideology. You end up holding a lot of that, and it takes a while to let that kind of stuff go, which is shameful because you know, a lot of us that was in it, or a lot of us that was in the group, rather, most of us was kids, yo. I'm just being real with it. So we were getting misled, you know, and you being taught by people that's supposed to be your family members, they're supposed to be your friends, they're supposed to be trying to uplift you, but they're giving you misinformation. They're teaching you about the Yakub story and all this craziness, and then you're repeating that, and then people looking at you like you crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So once I got to college, like, that completely changed. Even though I was pretty much an atheist before I got into college, but once I got into college and I actually started reading some stuff here and there, getting exposed to different books, you know, and watching more documentaries and stuff like that, my viewpoint, it pretty much had to change. I couldn't hold on to that stuff no more because it just didn't make sense.
Right. And they didn't have no evidence to back up what they was talking about either. You know
Nope.
what I'm saying? You ask them like, oh, well, okay, how did the world get here? Oh, God said poof, and the world was here. Like, what the fuck? Like, that don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So if these guys is telling me, oh, boom, the cosmic background radiation and light travels like this, and the mathematics say, like, if they're giving me accurate, you know what I'm saying, stuff that adds up and all of that, how can y'all tell me God said poof and then the land was here? The two stories don't add up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just
Uncle over there, Uncle look like he about to
he over there watching some sports.
I don't know what he doing. He watching a movie or something in that junk, man.
Deep
Come on in
into
here,
it.
man. Nah, I ain't gonna let you run, man. Come on up in there, man.
Don't worry.
Man, I'm sick.
When he got something slick to say, he'll say it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying. Can I sit back and take notes?
My
and enjoy
bad.
it?
Go ahead, man. Lay back.
Y'all doing a great job, yo. You know me, shit. Now, something I wanted to say, CK was talking about why people not accepting Charles Darwin. It's the same reason why most people don't accept Charles Darwin. It's just through ignorance. So
Indoctrination.
Saturday we're gonna have Raw Born gonna come on. Shout out to MBK, man. All right, all day, every day. MBK, wait, you know how it go. And shout out to Truth. All right, so Truth in the building, man. You know, like I told everybody last show, I apologize, bro, for calling that name. You know, you're not that. And the brothers and sisters over there, you know what I'm saying? Not that. It wouldn't be that. And I know the brothers over there wouldn't hang out with you if you was like that. So, you know, that's apology. No matter what you said, I shouldn't have responded like that. I got to be better than that. You know, so I'm always, admit, my fault. You know what I mean? It takes two to tango on that. And, it felt like we were like two old men on that. But it's all good. But, yeah, when it comes to the Darwin situation, I just read the work and I understand it. So we're going to hear Rob Bourne's perspective on, he got some information going to bring on the subject matter, and I'm going to let him rock out. I mean, so it is what it is. But what I will say is it's just the ignorance. And it's so much so that, like I said before, people actually say we from Africa, we the mothers and fathers of civilization, we first come back. But yet, when you say Darwin, they start talking crazy. That don't go together.
That don't make no damn sense at all, man.
Right. It's rhetoric to say you from Africa. That's just, you just talk. You need the proof to back it. So the slave trade, right? Remember, the Europeans always, they want to be intellectuals, right? They were serious about science and intellectualism because, they was trying to follow in the footsteps of Greece and Rome. They was calling other tribes barbarians, those who weren't Romans and Greeks. You was a barbarian, right? Because they felt like they had the more superior culture. So Charles Darwin is no more different, right? Charles Darwin felt like that European civilization was better than the tribal civilization. Y'all say, I told you, but you think that African culture is better than European culture. That's just what people do where they come from. It's home court. You feel me? You don't always like home court. You don't say home court better. My mother food tastes better than your mother food, Kent.
Nah, I don't know about all that, but
You know what I'm saying? See? See?
Grandma gonna kill your mama food though.
See? Now my grandmother, my grandmother got them salmon cakes just banging.
Already. already.
Right.
My grandmama got them pies and make your whole world change. You know what I mean?
See what I'm saying? There is no so don't act like everybody don't say the same thing that Darwin would have been
Facts.
saying.
Facts.
He felt like being able to get on the intercontinental ship, you know what I'm saying, and go around the world, right, was far better than just being able to travel down the river. Feel me? Okay? Remember, he's a Christian. When you start sacrificing stuff like that, to him, he's saying, man, why is they doing that? We don't do that. We got a will and sacrifice in Jesus Christ. We ain't got to do no blood rituals. You know what I'm saying? So you got to you got to put yourself in his shoes for a minute and see what he was saying, right? And then you got to respect him because what? He did more than what most black people do. As far as he actually circumnavigated the globe, right, to come up with his theory. How about that? See, people leaving that out.
Yeah.
Read the book on the Voyage of the Beagle. That's what I'm reading right now. That's where everybody gonna die at. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna clearly tell you, you know what I'm saying, he ain't dealing with slaves. That's a bunch of nonsense, and the people that's doing it is out of their minds completely. Right?
But you said he did more than black people. He was at
in our group, meaning before he ran his mouth, he ran around the globe and looked at all of it, as many people as he could, as much vegetation and plants. That's what I'm really saying. But go ahead.
Yeah, but he had an advantage, right? If you're talking about at a time where black people was viewed as inferior, you're talking about a time where black people in the Caribbean, North, South America were enslaved by Europeans. And then you look at Africa was colonized by those same Europeans. So he had an advantage, at that time to even like it was hard for a black person to be on his level at that time. You dig what I'm saying? Like we was catching the shit end of the stick at that point in time. So to say that he was doing all of this, first off, it was white people that created the theory that we was inferior in the first place. So I don't feel no type of way that a white man, attempted or created a mechanism that could overthrow that, because they the ones who created that kooky shit in the first place. It was their twisted minds that came up with that sickness in the first place. So I can't give him that much credit over us for trying to or creating a mechanism to overturn something that his whacked out society created to put us behind in the first place. So that's one point. Then if you say that, it was almost like he could say backhanded statements, right? But then his science could then be used years later to clear it up. I think that's more the issue right there. I think his science or the mechanism that he came up with was proven to be better than his own mind was, because he suffered from the time that he lived in too. You dig what I'm saying? But his mechanism of evolution proved to be more worthy than his mind was at the time. So it was people that came after him, like you said, his grandson. What his grandson said, you dig what I'm saying, showed the evolution in thought even from Darwin. But go ahead, speak on that.
So the Egyptians felt like their culture was superior to other people's culture, to the point where they gave them names. You know what I'm saying? They named them. So it was always, everybody think their culture is superior. You'd be hard pressed to find an African nation that don't think that. Why do you think they was having tribal wars and stuff? You know what? Why do you think it's a human thing to think you superior? That's for sure. You know what I'm saying? Like, all jokes aside. So I mean, I study different cultures. You feel me? And the Egyptians definitely thought that they was renowned. You know what I'm saying? Like like the Egyptians thought older was better. You can hear him talking to the Greeks. Man, y'all ain't old enough to know. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like they were saying that Egyptian culture was superior to Greek culture. So that's a human thing right there, right? I don't know what backhanded comment the Darwin made. Yeah, I'm saying, what would you think was the backhanded conduct, yo?
Man, you was talking about it earlier. We was having a discussion on species and race.
Okay.
And it was my contention from reading how he was using those words differently. You said he was using them as synonyms, right?
Mm-hmm.
But from how I was reading it, he used those two words differently. For me, he meant species as, you know, we were one species, right? And then he used race as in like ethnicities or breeds. Mm-hmm. And you said that wasn't the case. But how I read it, he was using race as ethnicity or breeds, more like breeds. You feel me? Like it was different breeds of the species of humans. That's why he would call the African races savages, and he would call the European races as being more. He wasn't talking about species. He was talking about races. You dig what I'm saying? He wasn't, when he would talk about races, he wasn't big. When he was talking about species, he was being broad, right? He was encapsulating everybody into the species. But when he was talking about races, he was making distinctions, is how I took it.
Yeah, but his theory don't say that though. That's the point.
I think at the end of the day, like one thing we can all agree on is he didn't let his even if he did feel racist views or whatever like that, he didn't let it interfere with the work. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you know somebody that's really about the stuff that they own. Like if he could come across some shit and say, "Oh snap, Africans, you know, were the originals, or life started in Africa," and that ain't even nowhere near what race you are. Like you're a European or you're a white, you know what I'm saying, white all-American male or whatever, and you can admit that life started in Africa. I mean, your work obviously means more to you than your emotions do, and we have to give him that. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that. See, I feel like he was saying, just because he was saying that he felt as though all human beings originated or had its originality in Africa. The same way Abraham Lincoln felt as though we were all human, he felt it was a hierarchy to it. You dig what I'm saying? Like now whether Darwin evolved past, because I think the descent of man came out before the origin of species, didn't it?
No,
it didn't.
But even with that, I understand what you're saying, Chef. But even with that, like right now, I feel like if we was to go and pull a dude off of Africa right now, say one of the indigenous tribes that's living off the land, dressed in leaves and all of that, because it's still people out there like that today.
You know what I'm saying? The leaves.
I'm saying, like, you know what I mean, but you know, it's some dudes out there right now with leaves on, little beads and all that, and they out there doing their dances and stuff. And if they was to bring them boy beside us right now and bring them in our house, we gonna be like, "Hey man, I got some shorts in the closet you can throw on real quick, man. Go ahead, throw that on real quick, or you get on this live with me." You know what I'm saying? Like, hey yo, I got a real live dude from Africa right now. Hey man, put on a t-shirt real quick, man. You know what I'm saying? So boy going, you feel me? Like, we not gonna treat them boy like equal like us. Like, I look at y'all, I see clothes I see a good background. I see y'all got couches and all of that. If like the dude that came on our joint a couple of weeks ago, the African dude, and he was out there in the hut, and you know what I'm saying, he was talking crazy. He was, you know what I'm saying, and we respected him, but we still was looking at him like, yo, this dude ain't got it all there. Like, let's be real.
You know what
I'm talking about? The
I know
dude from. So I mean, let's not act like we wouldn't feel the same way that Darwin felt when he saw indigenous peoples. You know what I'm saying? He saw indigenous peoples. They was doing what they was doing, and he was at the civilization for him was at where that was at, and he just made a distinction like, yo, they ain't on that level yet. The same way we would act if we came across some indigenous peoples, whether they be Black, Indian, Asian, Philippine, whatever the race, whatever the background, we would say the same thing like, yo, they ain't on the level yet. They a little savage. They a little, they eat with their hands. They don't use utensils. They don't put on clothes. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm kind of taking from it. I'm not saying he wasn't racist because, like I said, I ain't read the book yet. So once I get through reading Descent of Man and Origin of Species or whatever, then I can give a real full opinion on that. But from what I'm hearing or whatever, I'm kind of taking it that way.
Okay.
Like so all of us. So we kind of racist too if we gonna call an indigenous person savage if we see him dressed in leaves.
What I need to know was how was he using the word racist? Like that's like it was he making distinctions and classifications at that point?
No, he was racist, right? Yeah, because he was saying races are animals. Absolutely.
No, when he talked about the races of human beings.
No, he wasn't saying that. He wasn't. He was. Remember, his theory proved it was just one race. So you got to know that. You always got to keep that in your head. That his conclusion is that there's only one race, that's the human race. And you got to remember, he came from a Christian background, and they thought the same thing. Monogenes, right? One. Because the Christians, right, the Bible, there's only one Genesis of human beings. That's in the garden. Adam and Eve. It's not a group of different Adam and Eves giving birth to each race, right? They all come from Adam and Eve. A lot of people forget that. That's very understandable. In his household that he grew up, they was Christians, right? In the strictest sense, right? And so, he just basically made the point that he just carried the work forward. Those Christians that lived with Charles Darwin were strict with the Bible, and the Bible strictly said that there's one origin for humanity. That's in the Garden of Eden. That's Adam and Eve. One. Mm-hmm. Adam and Eve did not give birth. It wasn't Adam and Eve black one, Adam and Eve white one. Nope. It was Adam and Eve. There you go. Yep.
All right. So let me ask, what page was you and Truth going over in the Descent of Man?
113.
It was page 113. All right, let's see.
That's what I want to get to, the nitty gritty, to the actual words. That's where the heat at. That's where you at, That's where they coming at you at, was the actual, you know what I mean? But it sounds like you done defended yourself on that pretty good so far. So
I didn't defend myself. Charles Darwin defends himself. So you look at the statements he make early in the book, and then look at the statements that he make at the end of his research. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta know his research. He wasn't writing for me and you. It's research. You feel me? Mm-hmm. He's bringing other anthropologists. Matter of fact, on that page, right? He's actually bringing in 4, 5, 6, 7 different anthropologists and what they're saying. That's important to know. You grab that book thinking you're reading just a book. You're reading research.
MBK said the Darwin Apologist Hour. Yo, amazing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey man, we need MBK on the panel, man. Like, what's going on, man? Like, what's really going on right now, man?
Yeah, click that link. You chatty patty right now.
Click that link. Click that link. Let's get it in, man. Is it evolution or not? That should have been the damn title, yo. Evolution or not? Like, let's find out who really on this.
Nah, you ain't really on it if you don't know what the third is, yo. The third clearly states that there's one race of people. That's for sure.
Race.
That's sure. He was spot on that. And watch this. Like they say today, that Homo sapiens sapiens is just as intelligent in 190,000 years ago as they are right now. You know what I'm saying? Like the only reason they couldn't build a plane at 190,000 years ago because they didn't have the foundational technology. Because since things just don't pop up out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. But you could take a person from 190,000 years ago and teach them how to build a jet plane.
Right.
Simple as that. You can teach them the math. You can send them to first grade, second grade, third grade, all the steps. You know what I'm saying? Teach them the language, all the steps, right? They end up going to college and university, building a jet plane. See? And see, Darwin understood that. You know why? Because he circumnavigated the globe, so he knew that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, look, it's right. The work speaks for itself. So whether Darwin was a racist or not, in this day and time, right, statements that he made, you would clearly say he was racist.
I think at a certain point,
you would think that, you know what I'm saying, that I mean, he's shaped by his environment. It is what it is. But them people back then, you know what I'm saying, would call him a ninja lover.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he got in a fight, almost got in a fight on the Beagle over that. See, you don't talk about that.
I think where the energy is getting lost at, man, is that we're arguing over whether Ankh was a racist or not, and not whether or not the information was accurate, and whether or not we need to move forward with understanding evolution. Because the whole racist connotation, like whether he was that don't even matter. He dead. He gone. We dealing with evolution now. This is what he brought to the table. Let's deal with is this true or not? Not whether he was a racist or not. I think that's where the whole disconnect is. Is like,
man,
whether he was a racist or not doesn't even matter no more. It don't even matter. He dead.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be that dumb, yo. I'm not gonna. I just can't be dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard for me to believe that a person would create a theory that would overthrow the leading anthropologist of the day. You know what I'm saying? On the very subject that you're claiming he is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that. The work doesn't say that. His statements are clear. He's an abolitionist. It's clear. He thought slavery was a horrid. He thought it was crazy and bananas.
Mm-hmm.
He thought it was ridiculous. He was raised in a household, and his household taught him that. They didn't teach him nothing else. He was a Christian, right? We hate slavery, and we're going to get it. And the shit, matter of fact, when Charles Darwin was born, 2 years prior to his birth, right? That's when slavery was illegal, you know what I'm saying, in Britain. You feel me? So the mistake is people think just because Charles Darwin overthrew science at that time, on Monday, Tuesday, everybody fell in step. That's not true. You know what I mean? What, about 5 years ago, they started saying there is no race. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
But that's not a new argument. That's the funny part. We get back, it's a social construct, right? And going back and forth.
Yeah, race is a social construct. Let's get it clear. Like, there is no such thing as race. Social construct.
Right. So,
human.
Yeah, but who?
So y'all saying Darwin believed that?
Yeah.
I believe that there's no such thing as race.
No, I'm not believing nothing. The evidence that.
Well, I mean, as far as like, I mean, it's common. Like, race was is a social construct at the end of the day.
Yeah, he said so did Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln can't hold a match to Charles Darwin. Abraham Lincoln wasn't an abolitionist, yo. Abraham Lincoln was the president of the United States, and it was a business maneuver. It was business, right? Because they trading partners in Spain. I mean, in Britain. You know what I'm saying? Slavery was illegal in the Americas. They was breeding slaves.
Is a polar bear better than a regular bear? Like, and then you know what I'm saying? Like, both of them, both of them bears, though, right?
But you can't compare Charles Darwin to Abraham Lincoln. That's
okay. My bad. You on that still? Okay.
I mean, think about it. It's apples and oranges, bro. It's not the same thing. It's not. What are you talking about? Abraham Lincoln wasn't raised in an abolitionary family.
Oh, you talking about MBK?
Yeah, I'm just trying to show him that that's too different. Like, that's the crazy. That don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's not. That's you comparing apples and oranges. Find me somebody else.
Tell him to jump on the panel because
they said they got to go to work.
Got the Twitter fingers.
Said he overthrew the scientific. Listen, I'm gonna say this again, real easy. Like, this is easy, man. In Harvard and Yale, the Europeans taught junk science, pseudoscience, in the form of Africans are not all human. That's that check they needed. Check. It added validity to it. It made them feel better in the back of their mind that science has proven that these people aren't human, so it's okay to enslave them. I don't know why nobody can't get that. Like, that's just basic 101. You act like I'm sitting over here saying, if the science didn't say it, that they wouldn't have said it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it added. It was the finishing of it. It's the encapsulation of it. It is the thing that makes it valid. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, you know what I'm saying, they consider themselves intellectuals. Certain people in the culture, right? Mm-hmm. Like the culture, we go by these scientific ideas. We're progressive. We're moving forward, right? Okay, but these people aren't people. They have humans, and science says that. So whenever people are arguing about it, they say science has proven that. Look at the skull structure. Look, they give all the scientific evidence. You know what I'm saying? Investors, if they had second thoughts about it, oh man, that you enslaved these humans. No, they're not humans. Science says they're not human. Scientific racism of the day said it's not human. You know what I'm saying? So it made it okay. It's that last check. You get that? It's what makes it valid. You know what I'm saying? Like, you validate stuff with science. And that's what they did. Simple as that. So no, you didn't need the theory of evolution to make slavery illegal in Britain. It was already made illegal before Charles Darwin was even born. It was already illegal. Simple as that. But what it did was it took their excuse away. It took their reason away. It took their comfortability away. That's what it did. And it was essential for when Martin Luther King stood up and said, you know what I'm saying, all men are created equal based off your statements. You know what I'm saying? We just like y'all. And you can look to science to say that. You know what I'm saying? So that is just one piece, right? Which proves that Martin Luther King and Malcolm and them wasn't just talking. Remember, it verified it. It proved it. Now, whether they listen to it is a different story. But at least you have science to back it. And people are always slow to accept science anyway. But that's where the rubber meets the road at, right there in science, right there. Right there. That's it. So now my babies can stand up and say, listen, you racist. You trying to act like the only people you hear saying we ain't humans is the Ku Klux Klan and some nuts.
Right.
It's both sides though. Watch this. One side will say, white man ain't human, he ain't caged. Bloom. Right? Most of them broke. They broke. They broke. Ku Klux Klan. Boom. They broke.
You said they broke. They do be broke. There's no lies there, yo. Like real shit. They be broke, man. They be living in their grandmama basement.
Let me stop.
No, for real. Like they be broke though. No, I'm just playing, but they do be broke. And be saying like, yo, white man is the devil, you know what I'm saying? Telling people to go to war, they ain't going to war. They ain't bust no guns and nobody. They ain't as much as slap a white person. They ain't as much as push a white person. And they telling you, you know what I'm saying, them extreme, you know what I'm saying? And we've seen it. Like they ain't like we just talking, we've seen it. The dudes that scream, go to war the most, be the same ones that ain't never even gotten a fight in school.
Oh, man.
And when I be speculating, I be like, yo, these are dudes in school that probably used to get picked on, that when they get on social media, you know, social media opened up a whole, you know, platform for people to just jump on and be somebody that they not, and their inner whatever comes out, and they like, yeah, do this and do that, and they ain't doing nothing.
Look, I'm out of here, man. It's 11:30, man. Y'all crazy. I got to get up. I done overstepped my bounds. It's 11:30, man.
Oh.
Y'all keep rocking though, right here, man.
I was trying to find that
the link. You ain't gonna find it.
I was trying to find that quote that y'all was discussing.
Oh, hey.
Hey, look,
you said it was
MBK
page 113.
MBK said you pressed it.
I got a serious one. You just put the page number right in the thing.
Hey, Chef, MBK said you pressed the link. He said he trying to come on, yo. Hey, let him in.
Hey, CK, send him that link, yo.
He said he
said
already
he pressed
the
it.
link.
Huh?
So he's in the back.
I don't see him.
All right, man. Good night, man. We got them. We got.
Yeah, go, man.
About to abandon us out there, jump.
No, I'm not. Shit,
nah,
y'all.
I'm just messing with you, man.
Y'all armed and dangerous, y'all.
Peace, Tech.
Here, y'all. I'm putting it in the.
He pressed the link 3 times. Hey, yo, President. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Yo. Darwin White apologist. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Hey, you got
it.
Talk
you got
Yeah, what's going on? What's up? What's going on with my white apologist, brother?
What's
popping with y'all?
I'm out of here.
What's good with y'all?
Hold up now. Before you get the name calling, do not throw me in the middle of this craziness.
You on the panel. You
Let's
on
get
here.
it.
Just because I'm on the panel don't mean I agree with everything.
Look, man, I'm about to go
CK, don't run, CK.
What do you mean don't run? I was disagreeing
CK trying to cop the please now.
Hold
you know you
up.
rocking with us.
Evidently, y'all weren't paying attention to that stream yesterday because I was disagreeing with Unc that whole time. And I was on the panel then.
Nah, hey. All right, CK.
Do you not recall me disagreeing with Unc?
CK, so you don't rock with evolution now?
Hold up. There's a difference between me agreeing with evolution and me not thinking that this dude was racist, yo. Yo, there's a part of me that think that this dude was racist.
I'm withholding judgment because I haven't read the 2 books yet. That's all I'm saying on that.
Yeah, you over here talking all the chat, talking about you chatty patty, yo, press the button now.
I ain't say chatty patty. I say, yo, you talking. Just come on.
Yeah,
I ain't call you chatty patty.
I'm not staying too long. I'm about to go work out. I like to show slides and shit. I'm not here to do the talk show back and forth.
All right.
So I just want to get this straight, right? My position, I'm not here to talk about the science of evolution. I'm not here to talk about that. I am here to talk about the statements of your leader, Unc West. Unc West continuously tells people that this guy, Darwinist, is an abolitionist. So that's one point. Number 2, he says that Darwin's theory was the groundbreaking linchpin as far as our liberation and the slave trade.
Mhm.
All right. And then there's two other points that we're gonna go over. So when I hear this, when I hear someone say this, I'm like, okay, why would you say he was an abolitionist? Because of his family, because he has
Hey, Rob Bond, my fault.
correspondence.
Hey, Rob Bond, hold on, baby. Look, I'll holler at you Saturday, yo. Go on to bed.
Yeah. No, we can leave it alone. We leave it alone. But I'll just touch this to the brother.
No, I'm just saying, I'm out of here. That's all. You good?
All right.
You
I'm gonna
wanna
talk to the
say
brothers for like 5 minutes. I'm out of here. For the
All right,
brother
man.
that kept telling me to come on. What makes you think that Charles Darwin was an abolitionist?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna read the 2 books or whatever before I make my opinion on that. You know what I'm saying? What I do agree with is the work that he did say that humanity started in Africa. You know what I'm saying? And if you're a racist, if I'm a racist, if I'm telling people like, yo, black people is global African supremacy, I'm not about to tell them, boy, white people started the whole race. Or white people was the origin of my race.
I get you, but that's not the question I asked you. I said,
I understand
what makes you think he's an abolitionist?
That's what I'm saying. Like I haven't given an opinion on that yet because I haven't read it. I haven't made that. You know what I'm saying? I haven't made that statement. I made that statement.
So do you think that his work was the groundbreaking linchpin in our liberation and ending the slave trade? Do you also hold
Hell
that?
to the no.
I feel like the information that he brought forth might not have worked in his day, but I think over time, from what I've read in further books dealing with evolution and scientists or whatever, I feel like it did make a difference in making people understand that there is no race, that black people ain't this lower species and all of that stuff, and made it to where
you saying at his time, listen to what I'm saying. During the slave trade,
in his time,
the slave trade was going on during his time, and the illegal slave trade was happening after that. Are you saying during his time, his work was a linchpin or groundbreaking work in our liberation? Okay,
I'm not saying
I
that.
disagree with that.
I'm not saying. I'm not agreeing.
So I just want you to know. I just want you to know what my argument is, because when you see me posting stuff in there, I'm directly. This conversation is really for me and this is what I'm talking about. So when you start talking about the science and niggas don't like, I have a reason why I don't like Charles Darwin, and I'm gonna show, cool. and I'm gonna show that his philosophy as well as with his science is the leading point to lead to systematic racism across the United States. It doesn't matter if you will say specifically these are his. From his philosophy comes the systematic racism all through the United States. Not only just with black people, you got some dealing with white people, and you have for those people who were supposed to be handicapped or those people that had those problems. So this is my argument. So when I hear this guy being put forward as a abolitionist, I have a problem with that. And my major problem is this: the primary source of all our black abolition is the black abolitionist papers. There's over 1,000 pages. These are the black people talking. These are the black people putting in work. They don't. There's only a sentence of this dude in over 1,000 pages. 1,000 pages. You have William Garrison. You have all these other white people in there. They on the front line. So when I think of abolitionists, I think of the European and how they tell our story. They tell our story like, well, abolitionists started in at the end of the 1700s, and in Britain they decided to end the slave trade, and abolition didn't begin there. Abolition began when we was on the slave boat, when we organized our revolts till we got off of here. That's the point. This is my problem. I cannot put this man in that title because he had ideas of I think slavery is wrong. I'm not putting you in that because you have to put the work in. What did the white people do? So Darwin's book come out 1859. The fugitive slave law is open from 1850 to 1864. Was the black abolitionists utilizing this dude work? Hey, white man, look, we all come from the same species. We come from Africa. Let's look at the finches and No, nigga, they wasn't doing that. I'm gonna tell you what they did. They formed vigilance committees. So you got the Black Boston Vigilance Committee. They was like, okay, we had lawyers and we had scientists and we had teachers that's black abolitionists and they Christians. I don't care if they believed in God. They was putting that work in. They said, okay, these dudes are coming to capture us. We gotta mobilize. We gonna protect the community. Okay, they just kidnapped somebody. Send the lawyers. The lawyers don't work. All right, we running up in the courtroom. These dudes is running in the courtroom in the 1850s, taking them out, shooting the police and all that. That's abolitionist to me. I'm not never putting that man name in that title because he had ideas. I'm never gonna respect that dude as an abolitionist.
Do you not think that the information that he was bringing could have got him fucked up? Like,
how about the people who came before him? How about the people who were speaking about abolition? White people that came before him that was saying these ideas. You have Garrison, you have Wilberforce, you have all of these people saying the same thing. He's not the first one.
Okay.
Quijano was at the same time. There's white people on front line that we can call abolitionists with their society saying the same thing. So that can't be an argument.
Okay.
You can't use that because we have white people on the front line saying, yo, this slavery is bad. Now that's another story on why these people in the North wanted to align with Quakers and all this other stuff. They saw the revolutions and the rebellions that was going on. They ain't want their shit tore down. Now, they had a problem with slavery, but they said, okay, you can be free, but you ain't gonna never be equal with us. You ain't gonna have this, you ain't gonna be able to vote, you ain't gonna be able to do none of that. You ain't gonna be able to own no property, none of that. But you can be free though. Whatever that means right now, you ain't gotta be on a plantation. This is what they meant. And we gotta put this dude in the time frame of what's going on. So now we fast forward to 2020. Everybody that goes to school, son, you are taught evolution, bro. Everybody that lives in America, whatever school you go to, unless it's a Catholic school or whatever, them religious schools, we are taught this. If you go to your first thing in college, you are taught this. So what the hell was the problem here? If this is the end all be on, why is the police on TV smiling with a knee and somebody's neck? And them dudes went to school and had an evolutionary class to know that, yo, we all the same.
They don't believe in evolution either, though.
No, you can say they don't believe it. The fact of the matter is the information is out here, bro.
It don't stop.
You was taught this. So, you know what I mean? That's not the problem. There's another problem that's in it, and it's systematic racism, and it comes from that shit. I'm going to show and prove source after source after source on this, man. But I'm about to go work out. Now I'm hyping now.
Nigga pump. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Hey, look, all I'm saying is, man, just as much as we don't like, just as much as the black community don't fuck with evolution, white people don't fuck with it either. You know what I'm saying? I went to an all-white school that it wasn't fucking with nothing.
I don't want to keep cutting your wisdom, but I'm not talking about the science of evolution, bro.
Okay. You talking about Darwin? You talking about Darwin the man, the personality?
I'm talking about
I feel you.
The effects of Darwinism on society. You have some good things, and then you have some bad things. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
I'm not talking about the science. I'm not talking about
as far as the bad things. What did Darwin say to you that was detrimental to black people?
You'll find out on Saturday, bro. You said a bunch of stuff. Because if you listen to what I said originally, I'm telling you
listening.
When you have Darwin, then you have the movement of Darwinism, people who follow Darwin. And you have a bunch of different things that come behind that
was after
building. No, this is why he was alive. So this is coming on. These ideologies are what's changing America. So when they talk about the one book that changed the U.S., you're going to see pockets of people utilizing different parts of this philosophy, and it has to do with institutionalized racism, which we experience now.
Social Darwinism.
That's a part of it. That's one part.
I feel where you coming from.
This is my stand.
I see what you're putting down.
So I'm never gonna call this dude an abolitionist. I don't care what he said in his personal letters to other people. I don't care about the new correspondence they found. Oh, look, he said it was so bad. I don't care. Abraham, and this is when I was talking about Abraham Lincoln before he hung up. Abraham Lincoln didn't like slavery. And I said that in the aspect of
I think with Abraham Lincoln, it was all business, though.
No, and he didn't like slavery. In his personal notes and all that, he thought that it was wrong to treat people in this so matter. But he didn't do anything to attack the institutionalization of it. So when you look at his debates that he has, when he's talking about Douglas, you were talking about a person that is around at the same time and is abreast with the science of the time. He's basically saying, yeah, all men should be free, blah, blah, blah. But these Negroes, these dudes are not equal to us. But we're going to get them free. We know why he wanted free. He wanted to save the Union. So what did he do? From 1863 coming to the time he put this proclamation, he had a plan. The plan, get rid of the niggas. We're going to colonize you niggas in Latin America. He had a whole plan to get us the fuck up out of here, son. Why? Because this is the mind frame of the time. Yeah, you niggas can be free, but you ain't equal to us in intelligence. And that right there pushes us all the way to 2020 right now. Why we have these problems we having today.
Right.
I'm not talking to you about, well, is evolution real? Is God? I don't care about none of that. I'm talking about what was done and the impact that it had on the Black African community. So when I look at this conversation is coming up on Juneteenth, really we gonna talk about this dude on Juneteenth? We gonna bring this dude up and call him an abolitionist? Nah, son.
Now I'm gonna ask you something.
So when is going down, Saturday or Friday?
I wanted to go down. I couldn't do tonight because I got something that's happening, so I can't do tonight. I would do tomorrow.
I want to ask him something real quick though, Chef.
But
do you feel like as a race right now? Do you feel like we winning?
As a winning, I feel like we're still in the fight.
Do you feel like we anywhere close to winning, or we losing, or like we at the top, we at the bottom, we in the middle? Where we at?
I'm gonna say that I would say like we in the middle, and here's the reason why I would say that. So you can use different statistics and show different things. Like if you read that book, the New Jim Crow, it'll show that there's more people in prison than it was in 1860. You could do all of that. We could look at Black-owned businesses, how it was different at this point because we was forced into segregation. We was forced to do that. We was put in that position. So now it's different because now, okay, we are supposedly equal. We can go to the same schools. We can do these specific things. But there's still a wealth gap here. And that wealth gap is dealing with, I can have the same education as this white man, but I don't make more money than him. The black woman will have it worse. She could have the same amount of money, the same amount of education, and she'll make less. And then when we do that, why is that there? I'm saying, why is this police brutality here? These are the same things that we are asking for in 2020. What is people in the street saying? Yo, we need better education. Yo, we need more healthcare. Yo, we need proper rent control. Yo, we need this. These are the same things that we was fighting for back then. Right. We made advancements, which is true, but
we still talking about the same shit.
Yeah, we still talking about the same shit. So now, what did the people do that was so great that we missing the mark? And the mark is the organization. So when you hear us talk about 1807, it's not because I want to stay back there, because I really don't. Because I'm just like, damn, all these dudes is Christian. Shit. I can't even talk about the Bible, no, because all these dudes is Christian. Know what I mean? But they have organization. And that is the key to our freedom. Organization. We don't know how to organize. That shit is dead, son. We don't want to organize. And then the organizations that do exist, we don't even talk about them.
Organizations that do exist is corrupt.
Well, no, I'm not gonna say all of them is corrupt.
A lot of them, 90% of them, damn near.
Like here's two of them. There's one I just joined, and then there's a one called the Brooklyn gentrification movement. You have that, and then you have this thing that I was dealing with now. It's called the police brutality bonds. Right?
But how long do they last though? It's like, okay, boom. Organization start, they have a stronghold for whenever the event happens, and that energy lasts for about a good year, 2 at the most, and then it's just like everybody fade out, the people go separate ways, everybody energy just go, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not a real. Go ahead,
no,
my bad.
It don't disappear. I mean, so like I'm gonna make a comparison. All right, so 1830s. I got to go back here. So why did these people? Why did the free blacks in the North get together? They was chilling over there. They had some family in the South. They ain't have to go over there. They're like, yo, man, we not leaving. We ain't going to Africa. We ain't going to Canada. We ain't going nowhere. Yo, we gonna free the people that's in the South. They could have just been on some shit. Like if it was the mom thing of 2020, dude would have probably been like, yo, man, fuck them niggas. That's really what it probably would be happening. But what did they do when problems occurred? So 1829, they run up in Ohio. There's like a little, like you could say, a similar Wall Street going on over there. The white people go over there, break their shit up. What did these people, yo, like, listen, we can't do this. We need to form a national organization so we could address a problem that's happening everywhere that's over here. They said, okay, we're going to call it the Negro Color Convention. So this starts in 1830. Based off of that incident, that lasts all the way to 1865. And from that comes the NAACP, which is still here. From that, everything that we doing is a product of what was done in the past. So they never really disappear. So whenever there's a problem that occurs, an organization pops up. People are going to come together and do it. So whenever there's until the need is met, it's just that it's not pushed. We don't talk about them. We don't hear nothing about them. I mean, so like this organization that I'm dealing with now that deals with police brutality, this is the most sound plan I ever heard because it makes complete sense to me.
What's the plan?
The plan is you attack the money. So if we look at, let's say, I'm gonna just do. I think I went over this before, but I'll do it quick because I'm out of here. I gotta go get this. I gotta get this workout money. So every year, the U.S. spends $1 billion in paying lawsuits for police brutality. Where does this money come from? We know it comes from you. You work, I work, other people work, we pay taxes. The cities cannot afford the amount of these goddamn police brutality cases that be popping up. 300 million here, 400 million there. So where they get the money from? They can't get a loan, but they get bonds. So you have these companies like Goldman Sachs and Wells Fargo. They give these dudes called municipal bonds with a crazy interest on it that almost matches the exact loan. And they have to, or the bond, and they have to pay it over a period of time. So now you have the corporations making money off of police brutality because now the officers are shielded and they know they're shielded from any liability because these people are covering them when they do the bullshit. So this organization says, no, we want all transparency on who is giving you this money and we want to see all of this. So they did it on 12 states and that shit looked crazy. So they said, okay, you can't give these bonds no more and charge this crazy interest that you're doing. You could give somebody a loan. We can't tell the bank they can't do that. It's a free economy. But what you're doing here is you're making money off of police brutality. That we don't want. The second thing that they have is, okay, we want the police to have individual liability insurance. And we want this to have officers who come. Every time we hear about this shit, what happens? Oh, yeah, this dude already have 5 things on his case. When this gets to this point, this review board, this attacks his pension. So this is what they want. No, nigga, we going for your pension. And when you do this bullshit you doing, nigga, this is your insurance liability. You done. Now, if you do this, these police ain't going to want to lose their pension home.
Hell nah.
And they not going to want to pay no goddamn anything with no have to get some insurance and pay this. So it's like you drive a car. You get a ticket. What happens? Your insurance premium goes up. So if you beat somebody up and choke them out, okay, this goes up. You do this 3 times, boom, here goes some points off of your thing. I haven't seen nothing that makes more sense than that to me.
And that makes sense. Go ahead.
The other part is, you know what I'm saying, is kill them. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that's it. Like, yo, every time you do this, we kill you. But we did this in the past. We did this before. It's not like we did this ain't nothing new. We did it before.
They upped the ante.
Yeah, we were dropping them like flies. The Black Liberation Army, they did it. They were like, okay, and we letting you know that so it's not a speculation. We running down on you. And they leaving notes like, yeah, we just body 2 of you. Yeah, we got your badge and all that. Listen, every time we want you out our neighborhood, we want you out our hood. You keep coming over here, we killing you. It's on and pop. They ain't believe it. They was like, there's no way the black man can do this. I mean, yeah, but go ahead. My bad. I was going in.
Yeah, no, I was agreeing with you with, you know what I'm saying, if there was more, if there was stricter responses to that, that would make that, you know what I'm saying, police brutality go down. I agree with that. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I was going to say on that part right there.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of stuff, dude.
Yeah,
Chef, I know.
I was having an issue. Man, Unc was having an issue because he was saying basically that we don't understand these words like species and race, how Darwin was using it. And he clearly was making a distinction between race and species. Like he clearly used the race when he talked about Africans and other people. When he talked about species, he talked about mankind as a whole. So Unc is going to have to explain how he believed that Darwin was saying race and species were synonyms according to Darwin. Because when I read his shit, he's clearly, when he's talking about races, is making distinctions. And he put a hierarchy on that shit. He said that the European races were basically higher and more noble than the lower savage races of Africa and Australia. So if that ain't racist, I don't know what is.
See, that's what I want. Damn, my man, he got off of that, John. I wanted to ask him. I ain't even get to ask him about that savage word. Now, as far as the savage thing goes, because you know what I'm saying, I was talking to them about that on the Saturday or whatever. I can understand, and I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier. I can understand if we talking about an indigenous people that we come across and they doing things from, you know what I'm saying, that we've already, you know, we're futuristic. We do toilet paper and we have air conditioning and we wear clothes and we do all of that. And we was to come across a race that don't do none of that. They don't wash up like we wash up, and they don't do the certain things. We're gonna be like, yo, hey, they on one. They on savage time. Like they just barbaric. You know what I'm saying? If he was using it in that sense, I can give him a pass for that. But if he was just like, oh, their color, their skin is that, so they're savage, then that's different. But if he was talking about their way of life, you know what I'm saying, as far as you know, they don't do things the way people do that nowadays, as far as whatever they was doing in his time or whatever. Mm-hmm. And their shit was more, you know what I'm saying, up, you know what I'm saying, up to speed and more cleaner. They was using better devices and all of that to live and all of that. Then I can explain away the savage shit. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, if he was just saying like, yo, they this color, they those people, they savage off the rip. They just savage. You know what I'm saying? And they're living the same way he living, then to me, that's racist. Like right, a white racist
so check it out.
Hold on. One more thing, Chef. A white person that's racist right now will look at me, a black man, see I got a microphone, headphone, laptop, part, all that, and say, oh, he a thug. Or he a savage. Now that to me is racist because I'm living the exact same life you living. Nigga. I'm working, you know what I'm saying? I'm getting my money the way you get your money. I'm living the average life that you living as an American, and you calling me a savage. I'm not a indigenous dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm not washing with leaves and all of that down by the river and all of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the shower and all that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a difference to me in that aspect. But if you know, like if Darwin was talking about somebody that's washing down by the river as opposed to a nigga that's washing in the shower in the bathroom, then that's how I'm looking at that. But you no, I could be wrong.
Okay. Well, let's see. Okay. All right. So because you said this numerous times.
Right.
I didn't heard you say this numerous times. So let's clear it up. Let's see if you, after we read this, let's see if you still believe that he only looked at savages according to culture.
Okay.
Or that he was just distinguishing because of higher and lower culture.
Okay.
And let's see. Okay. And let's see what he meant by races, whether he meant that races was the same as species. Right now, we all agree that all human beings, right, whether white, black, Chinese, white man, black man, Chinese, whatever, right, we're all the same species. That's what we believe now in 2020, right?
Thanks.
Now let's see if Darwin believed that. All right, let's see if Darwin believed that. Now this is the Descent of Man, page 111, starting. All right. He says, with respect to the cause, can you see the screen? Is my screen?
I see it.
Okay. With the respect to the causes of variability, we are in all cases very ignorant, but we can see that in man, as in the lower animals, they stand in some relation with the conditions to which each species has been exposed on several generations. Domesticated animals vary more than those in a state of nature, and this is apparently due to the diversified and changing nature of their conditions. All right, now I'm gonna pause right there. Now, he was living in Victorian England, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Victorian England is a reason why he's explaining this way, because if you look at dog breeds nowadays, the dog breeds that we see, the varied dog breeds that we see, most of them come from Victorian England, right? That's when they went into making the different breeds of dogs look distinct the way that they do. So they did that with the cow. When they domesticated the cow, they gave the cow a certain look, a standard, breeding standard. They did it with horses, breeding standards. So he's actually speaking out of this. So when he's using, for me, when he's using the word race, he's using it synonymous with breeds instead of with species. Now I'm gonna continue reading. Let's see if what I'm saying holds up to what he's saying. All right. He says domesticated animals vary more than those in a state of nature. And this is apparently due to the diversified and the changing nature of their conditions. The different races of man, right? Man, he would use as the species, and the races would be the different types
like
of
colors,
man.
like black, white, all
Exactly.
that. Okay.
So when a person uses race, right?
Of
When they're
man,
talking about man, they're making a distinction between the different breeds of mankind, right?
Got you.
All right. So Unc saying no, Unc saying that race and species, according to Darwin, were the same.
Okay, so my point on that is if he uses races and man in the same sentence, then he's talking about black, white, or red, whatever. Because there is no, like, if we're talking about the human race being man, then that's the only race there is. If you're saying different races of man, then you're talking black, white, Chinese, whatever.
That's how he used it.
Okay, so we on the same page on that.
Right. He using man for species. That's the species, right?
Right.
But the races are the different breeds of man.
Got you.
Right there, right? So he said the different races of man resemble, in this respect, domesticated animals. And so do the individuals of the same race when inhabiting a very wide area like that of America. We see the influence of diversified conditions in the more civilized nations, the members of which belong to different grades of rank and follow different occupations, presenting a greater range of character than the members of barbarous nations. But the uniformity of savages has been exaggerated, in some cases can hardly be said to exist. It is nevertheless an error to speak of man, even if we look only to the conditions to which he has been subjected, as far more domesticated, page 112, than any other animal. Check this out. Some savage races, such as the Australians, are not exposed to more diversified conditions. Now, when he says savage races such as Australians, he's putting all of them
into the box. Okay. All Australians
as a different breed, right?
All Australians are savages. Pretty much what I get from that.
Right. But he said some savage races, right?
Some
So
savage races such as the Australians. And so Australians to me, if I was to be like, yo, niggas from Texas is bozos, people gonna say, oh, you talking about all people from Texas.
Right. You're making a distinction.
Right. I'm generalizing everybody from Texas right now.
Fact.
Yeah.
So right there. All right. So he says in another and much more important respect, man differs widely from any strictly domesticated animal, for his breeding has not been controlled either through methodical or unconscious selection. No race or body of men has been so completely subjugated by other men that certain individuals have been preserved and thus unconsciously selected from being in some way more useful to their masters, nor have certain male and female individuals been intentionally picked out and matched, except in the well-known case of the Peruvian grenadiers. And these are talking about tall people that they were selected and breeding in Prussia, but that's another story. But it goes down to this paragraph. It says, if we consider all the races of man as forming a single species, his range is enormous. But some separate races, as the Americans and Polynesians, have very wide ranges. It is a well-known law that widely ranging species are much more variable than species with restricted ranges. Now, if you read from reading that, is he using race and species the same?
Okay, let me read that again. If we consider all the races of man as forming a single species, his range is enormous. Range meaning, okay, wide range of humans and all that. But some separate races, as the Americans and Polynesians, have very wide ranges. It is a well-known law that widely ranging species are much more variable than species with restricted ranges. That's the sentence you're talking about right there, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about just right here. If we consider
a well-known law
the races of man as forming a single species, his range is enormous. But some separate races, as the Americans and Polynesians, have a very wide range, right? So listen to how he's using the words, right? He used race and species in the same paragraph. They're not synonyms. Unc was saying that he was using them as meaning the same thing. Clearly, race and species, according to Darwin, are two different things.
If we consider all races of man as forming a single species, his range is enormous. See, the word that got me is that range part.
No, fuck range. Range is talking about their breeding habits. Like or like America is a big landmass and people breed all over America. He's saying they have a wide range of breeding, right? Okay. Like certain animals have a small area of breeding.
So say like you got black people, you got light skinned black people, you got dark skinned.
No.
You ain't talking about that.
The range is in the area. How like from Atlanta to California.
Got you.
Is the range, their breeding ground is varied, so it's diversified. You know what I mean? You can have a diversity, you know what I mean, in the way people look and blah. They're not one single little group that's just into breeding with each other. He's saying like from a wide range, Americans have a wide range of range in breeding. You know what I mean? And mating with each other. So our gene pool is diversified because it's a large range. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Meaning there's say like you have a kennel of dogs and you start off with 2 different families and you're constantly just interbreeding those 2 families back into each other. They have a small range of breeding. But say if you're breeding with like 20 different kennels, right? That's a wide range of breeding. Your dogs are going to be more diversified. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, side note, they said you was talking about hot dogs and shit.
Yeah, they do.
Somebody was. Oh man, but yeah, I mean, that's. I might have to look. I might have to damn really study that whole paragraph from if all the way to the.
Look, it's self-explanatory.
How we say
CK? Words here.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Right.
Man.
He's using
saying that consider all the races from a single species. He's basically saying that, hey, we're all the same species, but they're clearly different races.
Exactly, CK.
And the range is vast.
Some separate races,
so you can have
such as Americans or Polynesians have a very wide.
So you can have Americans, but they can all these American Indians can look different. Polynesians, you have all these different Polynesians that look different, but yet they're all of the same species. So it's like how Chef was saying, he's clearly making a distinction between that you have the races, and these races are part of the same species.
Right. So Unc is going to have to explain, you feel me, that that Darwin was saying that we were all one thing, because he's clearly
not saying we all the same damn race.
Right. And we're not. Darwin didn't believe that we was all the same race. He believed that we all was the same species that had a common origin. But he believed in the different races of man. Period. Now, that's racist in itself. Because according to science, there is no races. So,
well, I don't think they would have known that at that time. Though.
Exactly.
Well, okay. So what about that second half of that where it says, and I'm not saying y'all right or wrong or nothing like that. We just building right now. I'm saying, we say, and the variability of man may with more truth be compared with that of widely ranging species than that of domesticated animals. Is he saying like, okay, you got like
he's comparing us to the animal kingdom, meaning if you juxtapose that between humans, right, and our breeding habits, like you can get a glimpse of how we diversified if we look at other animals that have a wide breeding range. You see what I'm saying?
He was doing with the finches, the birds.
Yeah, like he did with the finches. That's basically what he's saying. He clearly believed in different races of man.
Okay.
That was my point.
Okay.
And he clearly believed that the Anglo-Saxon race was better or more superior than the savage races of Australia and Africa. Now that's racist, period.
Yeah.
I don't know how somebody can read that and not say that that's not a racist
portion go. I'm willing to say that it was white supremacist.
Yeah, definitely white supremacist. It was bigoted as hell. You feel me?
And that's why I couldn't 100% agree with everything that Unc was saying. I just kind of let him talk because he was passionate and he had a lot that he wanted to say.
I gotta read the book in full and get a full, you know what I'm saying? Like
paying attention to Charles Darwin and his evolutionary stuff was great. It paved the way for what we have today in regards to anthropology.
And this is from Descent of Man, right?
Yeah,
he said it's from Descent of Man. But the thing that I'm not agreeing with Unc is that this shit played a role in us becoming free as slaves and paved the way to changing the minds and hearts of white supremacy and white people. I'm not saying that because around that time, people were refusing to accept evolution. We didn't get free to some years later, like a good 30-something years after that.
Well, see that's
and
where
we didn't get civil rights till like the 60s. Like, I don't know if you can really apply this to that to our struggle. I don't think we really could.
Well, CK, that's why I fuck with Uncle Wit on that part is because in those times, just like in Galileo's times, when he found out that the Earth ain't the center of the universe and all, or the solar system and all of that. they was ready to take him out behind that. You know what I'm saying? They were ready to goddamn exclude him from a whole lot of shit. And he had to damn near like, you know what I'm saying? Like say like, nah, I was made a mistake type of shit for them to accept him. You know what I'm saying? So with Darwin, if you're saying, yo, niggas is the original human beings, that goes against the belief system of that time. And it takes a lot to stand like right now, us, Psuedo Killas. We are the Galileo of those times. Like, not, you know what I'm saying? Of course, we small time, I guess, you know what I'm saying, you would say. But, you know, big time in my eyes. But we are the guys, we are the people that people didn't want to listen to because we telling the harsh truth. We giving people the stuff that they don't want to hear about. You know what I'm saying? We're taking the magic away from everything, right? That's what Darwin was, I think, to them cats back then, telling everybody like, yo, nah, life started in Africa. We are all the same species. Because white people really did believe we was just monkeys, you know what I'm saying? And they was the highest point. You feel me? So that's why I kind of give, you know, that's why I kind of fuck with Uncle on is like, yo, this man damn near risked his life to say these things that he was saying. Now he could have just been that 100 with his work. Like he might not have liked black people, but he was a scientist first, and he brought forth the facts. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I had to read that and get the whole context and stuff. So I ain't saying I disagree with y'all fully or whatever. I mean, y'all might have a good point on that. You know what I'm saying? I just had to read that jump for myself. And
that was my only point. That was my only point was that shit. I done read a couple statements that if I look at it nowadays, that shit was clearly racist. You feel me? He clearly believed in races. Like, yeah,
racist views is what you're saying.
We all came from the same. We was all part of the same species, but he didn't believe that race and species were synonyms. They're not the same. Those words are not the same. Unc was saying that according to Darwin that he was using those words interchangeably. Hell no, if you read this and you have any type of comprehension skills, you can see that when he used races, he was making distinctions. He was separating different classes of man that he's seen. You feel me? The races of Australia and Africa, the races of Europe. He wasn't talking about this, so that's racism in itself. You know
because if we are the same races, you wouldn't be saying, like you said, the humans over here and the humans over there. Yeah, I see what you're saying on that. You know what I mean? Like I said, the only thing I can say is, damn, it took some damn heart for him to present that everybody came from Africa, though, to them people in them days.
Yeah,
you know
I mean,
that's why I was.
Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was saying that, yo, something's going on here. Either A, the dude was racist, or B, he started off having racist and white supremacist views and it changed over time, or C, he had his personal views and he separated that from his work.
That's
what like how the example that I gave Saturday. I said there's a lot of religious people that are scientists and they separate their religion from their scientific works.
I mean, I could,
and that's what I think he was doing. I think he had personal views, and then he had his work, and he made sure that his bias didn't influence his experiments.
I could more or less even agree with, you know what I'm saying, his stance changing over time, because I know that it was things that I came across that changed my mind about a couple of things that I felt like, now that I feel like where I'm at now, I was irrational about with different races and stuff like that. So if he was doing the work and he was like, oh snap, hold on a minute, you know what I'm saying, I thought these people was like, man, we off from the, and he might have had that eureka moment, you know what I'm saying, where he just realized it. But like I said, I'm you know what I'm saying, I'm just speculating right now, but it could have been he over time he might have been felt one way and then got to the conclusion and said, you know what, I can't even hide this from the people, I gotta put this out, because let's be real, we wouldn't know nothing about evolution or humans being on the same level if he didn't put that out there on the table, point blank and period.
Yeah,
I mean, somebody else might
accept that shit till like years upon years later.
Right. Right. But I mean, somebody might have sometime after might have figured that out, but he put it out there. So I mean, it took some heart to put that out there. Like, you feel me? That's like you going against the grain around them times. That's like I said, Galileo telling everybody, yo, the earth ain't the center of the universe. When you got a whole nation of people believing that the earth is flat, they the center of the universe. They got these religions and all this going on. You know what I'm saying? It takes some heart to go out there and put your life on the line behind that. So I think that's where Unc Passion is coming from, where he feel like, yo, this dude he couldn't have been racist. Like, he really put himself out there like that. You know what I mean? But, you know, like I said, you know, I ain't gonna make no definitive judgment on that. You know what I'm saying? But I hear where y'all coming from with that, though.
Yeah.
I mean, even if he was, like, it really don't matter. Like, I really don't care. I don't even see how they even. Well, like I said, I don't be watching Dagger Squad and all that, so I'm assuming he had his little conversation with True Story, and then
now the conversation he had with True Storian, you know, I think he did come with some evidence with that. Did he do that on that Friday show, Chef? Or I'm not sure. I didn't get to check it out.
Yeah, I think it was Thursday or Friday. They where they got into it over
on Garfield joint.
Yeah, on Garfield joint over the what's the boy named Darwin?
Probably bigged up Darwin a little bit too much.
I don't know that, because he had a Chef. He had them links.
Yeah, but it's a difference when you look at it from a standpoint, whereas Unc is coming from the standpoint, I feel like a little bit too hard on defending Darwin on like he can't possibly be racist or bigot if biology or evolution has proved that all human beings are the same or equal. So he's saying, how could a person, right, come up with that groundbreaking joint that's proven equality among the so-called races, and he didn't be a racist himself? You feel me? Like, the way I see it is because racism is not one single thing, right? It is grades of racism. A person don't have to be a Ku Klux Klan member to be a racist. You feel me? A motherfucker can be racist and be against the Ku Klux Klan. You see what I'm saying? A motherfucker be like, yo, you crazy.
Yeah. You cannot agree with their ideals.
I wouldn't do that to black. I wouldn't hang a black person, but they still probably don't feel like a black person is their social equal. You dig what I'm saying? Right. Just because they won't lynch a nigga, you feel me, don't mean that they feel like a nigga is equal enough to marry their daughter.
They're gonna love the privilege that they get from being white at the end of the day. Like, they're gonna like nobody's gonna give away their privilege. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Or even if you don't even have to use privilege, right? You can say, hey, Kent, do you think you racist? I'm asking you, are you a racist?
I don't
you gotta
think I am. I mean, I do have a. I mean, with the reason I think about it, because I do have a preference. My bad. For I would rather be with a black woman than a white woman. You know what I'm saying? Is that racist? You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather hang with black people than white, and only because I relate.
Like sexual attraction.
Yeah, but only because I relate to black people more than I relate to white people. Now, are white people cool? I feel like, all right, they can be cool. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part,
that ain't what I asked you. I said,
if I'm racist. I don't feel like
do you believe that your race is superior to other races?
No,
because of the fact
I don't believe.
Different, Chef.
I don't believe that we're superior to anybody. I feel like all human beings have the same capacity to be what they can be. Because I've seen some smart ass white people, and I've seen some smart ass black people. You know what I'm saying? I've seen some good white people at basketball and dancing, and I've seen some great black people at, you know what I'm saying, doing the stuff that we think white people do better. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, you know what I'm saying? That's the point I'm at right now in my life. But have I been, you know what I'm saying, more on the edge toward black? Hell yeah. I was like, man, white people can't jump, they can't dunk a ball. And then I see a nigga dunk a ball and I'm hating. Like, oh, he probably got something in his shoes or something. You know what I mean? But as far as to answer your question, I don't feel like I am at this point in my life. Nah.
What was you saying, CK?
No, I was saying that like racism and supremacy, they're kind of separate because you could just not like black people just because they have dark skin, but you may not necessarily think that you're superior to them.
And we have to answer the question, because this is one of these things in the black community. Can black people be racist? And I used to say no, but then I'm like, well, I mean, we do have a little power. Like Diddy can fire white people just for being white, and that would be racist. Because he got the power to fire, he got the power to change people's livelihood. So can black people be racist? The
definition of racism kind of changed over time, a couple times actually.
So what is the definition of racism that we going by?
I mean, I think it's fair to go with the one that's being used today.
And what's that?
That's the one that matters. You know what I mean? Because racism at the end of the day, now if you want to say economic racism, okay, cool. You can say that we don't have no economic, we can't have any type of economic power in regards to being racist towards white people. But racism in general as an ideology, anybody can be not like someone just because they're Indian or because they're black or because they're white or because they're Asian. Anybody can do that.
So if you don't like somebody just because of the color of their skin, you're racist, pretty much.
Pretty much.
So anybody could be racist. Like if I don't like a white person, okay. So let's get that out the way, because a lot of black people believe black people can't be racist.
What?
It's a lot of black people that believe, that's pushing that black people cannot be racist. It's impossible in the conscious community. They believe that black people can't be racist.
Make them feel better about themselves.
And if what CK is saying is racist, then no, I don't feel like I'm racist, because I don't not like white people anymore. I'm saying anymore, just because of the color of their skin.
Racist and prejudice are damn near the same thing. What are y'all talking about?
You say no, that's prejudice,
I don't
not
think
racist.
It's the same thing.
Oh.
No, it's not the same thing. It's similar.
Because prejudice means you're prejudging somebody before you get a chance to know them.
Man, let's go to the damn Wikipedia, man.
Hold on. Let's go through this. This one.
Let's go through this thing real quick.
You are racist, right? You are prejudiced.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're racist, you're prejudiced, but if you're prejudiced, you're not necessarily racist.
Pretty much no.
But someone that's prejudiced may not necessarily.
Let's get to the bottom of this shit, man.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because you can be prejudiced against people that come from a certain area. Oh, you come from the West Side. Oh, you people from the West Side, y'all always stealing stuff. That's prejudice. But that don't mean that you're racist, because there could be black people living on the West Side. It could be Hispanic people living on the West Side. It could be white people living on the West Side. That's why racism and prejudice aren't necessarily the same thing.
ACK.
But people that are residents have a tendency to have prejudice.
ACK, exactly. Show me a racist that's not prejudiced.
I couldn't. That's why I said they're not the same thing, but someone that is racist most likely is going to be prejudiced.
So a racist can be prejudiced, but a prejudice isn't necessarily racist.
No. Correct. Prejudice is not particular. I mean, prejudice is a particular. All right, for instance, I could prejudge short people. I could be prejudiced against short people, right? I can say all short people steal. That's a prejudgment that I can make. But I guarantee you, in racism, 100%, you are prejudiced against a particular race.
Yeah, it's real.
You dig what I'm saying? So
I agree with that.
And prejudice is damn near the same thing. It's just when you use racist, your prejudice is aimed at a particular race of people. That's what that's saying.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
So
When people use prejudice and race, when people use prejudice and race, you can use them interchangeably. You just gotta, according to the context or the conversation that you're having. Like if we having a conversation and we're talking about white people being prejudiced, we're talking about white people being racist, and we know that. Like come on now, like so the words are interchangeable, right? But if I say fat women are more freaky than skinny women, you feel me? That's a prejudgment. You feel me?
And then I would think the word racism would deal with race at the end of the day too. Like, so you would be dealing with white people, black people, Asians, and all of that. So, like, if I say, yo, them Asians over there, they like to damn eat cat and all of that, then that's like a racist statement, or if I say I don't like them Asians because they always eating cat.
That's racist because you aimed your prejudice at a particular group of people.
At a group of race, at a particular race of people.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't feel like I mean, if that's the case, then we all say damn Chinese people be cooking cats and shit. So we all damn racist to us.
I mean, black people can keep thinking that if they want to, but you damn sure can be fucking racist. I've seen plenty of black people be racist towards white people, and I mean I understand why.
The conscious community. Yo, let's get this. Let's get
because I understand. You know,
let's be real. The conscious community is racist. Let's be real. Are we not? Not well. I ain't even gonna throw me in there because I don't even feel like I'm part of the conscious community no more. They done kicked me out.
Definitely a part of the conscious community.
Man, look, we talking science. We talking science now. We ain't even in the conscious community no more. They done kicked us out of that thing.
I've never been a part of the conscious community.
They definitely kicked us out.
They kicked us out of that junk, dog. Like,
how can I get kicked out of something I was never a part of?
I can say with all my heart, the conscious community is racist, bro.
That's different, Juju. That's supremacy right there. That's why I say, we got to be careful. Racism and supremacy is not necessarily the same thing.
And to me, I think I said this a couple of shows ago, science brought me back to rationality. Like, no, these people are of the same species. You know, our talks with evolution, our talks about how the earth came to be and all of that. You know, we on a whole nother level when it comes to biology and all of that. So that gave me a better understanding of even dealing with other races and stuff like that. But go ahead, CK, my bad.
Sheffrin don't went ahead and pulled up the definition.
Yeah.
Yo, if you are treating white people differently because they white, you are racist.
You are racist. It ain't got nothing to do with. So
weary of them. You don't like to hang around them too much because you know you're worried about them being racist towards you. That's more of a prejudice thing. That's not really racist. You're just like, hey, I'm not trying to hang around white people like that because of my experience of them being racist in the past. You're just prejudging every white person. You're not necessarily racist, though.
That's racist.
The conscious community says that we don't have power, so we can't be racist because a racist has to have power.
The conscious community make their own definitions. I ain't listening to that. That ain't what racism
I'm giving you the inside jewels, man. That's what he's saying, though. That's what they saying out here in these streets, man.
And that's our problem. That's why we have problem in public spaces a lot.
Facts. We got fucked up definitions for real.
We got fucked up definitions, and
that's real.
We don't realize when we're being racist, and we get agitated when somebody pull our coat to that shit and
go
call
ahead
us.
And read the definition, Chef, because people turning pseudo in the chat, man.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, I'm giving you the real life from the streets of conscious community,
you
man.
You have to add other words onto racism. That means you coming up with some other stuff.
I think even some of the elders was saying that, like, even some of the elders was pushing that heavy. Like, if we don't have power. Umar Johnson was one of the main, man, I used to be a Umar Johnson follower.
Ain't no damn elder.
No, well, he wasn't an elder, but he was like one of the leaders of the conscious community back about 5 years ago. And he was like, we can't be racist. We don't have power. Sarah Sutton said he was another one. A couple of other goddamn cats, you know what I'm saying? I want to even say, though, Professor Griff and I ain't going to start naming all the good people that we damn respect and all that, but a lot of them was saying that.
Yeah, definitely.
Wali Mabarudi, You know what I'm saying? And I rock with he's a good dude, but you read some of his books, all right. You know what I'm saying? You be like, hold up, this
He
dude.
definitely
You know what I'm
racism
saying?
as
And
You
I
can
love
zoom in
Wally Maroon.
too.
Please don't. I hope Wally Maroon don't see this and hate me, but hey, it is what it is. Like we got to be real. Some of us is racist out here, man. And we
all
don't
right.
even
It
know.
Make
says
sure
racist.
zoom in, Chef, so people can see it. I don't know what percentage you're on. Might be able to just right click and there you go. You can do that. A little bit too much. Zoom out a smidgen.
Okay, Julanda, I get that. I see what you're saying, Julanda. She said, institutionalized racism. I got you.
You had to add a word onto
person
it, though.
who shows or feels, huh?
I'm saying that she had to add a word onto it. Why you had to add the institutionalized portion onto it? Does that mean that it's different from just racism by itself?
A person who shows or feels discrimination or prejudice against people of other races, or who believes that a particular race is superior to another. And me personally, I don't feel like
an ideology.
I don't feel like I'm superior to nobody. I feel like everybody has
weird,
a brain.
Though, that's supremacy, though.
Right.
I don't consider supremacy and racism the same thing.
See, right. Well, then you don't agree with the definition. What? So you need to come up with your own word, then, CK.
Not because I mean, at one point, the you know, some
because you could think your race is superior, but you may not necessarily think that other people are inferior per se.
If you believe your race is
I used to feel like
then other people have to be inferior. In order for you to believe that you're superior, people have to be under you.
I used to feel like white people couldn't fight. You know what I'm saying? I used to feel like because I came up in an all black elementary school, like it was all black, and I just felt like, you know, white people can't fight. I don't care who it is. And then I seen some white people.
Well, how did we
some
get
people
over here? How did we get over here? If white people
exactly. No, and then I watch, like, you know, you watch MMA, you watch some boxing matches, like some boxers is lethal with them hands, and you go in there and you try to come up to a white dude that can fight and act like he can't fight because he white if you want to, and you get your ass whipped. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, yeah, man, it's messed up. You know.
See, it does have prejudice in the definition.
You can't be racist without being prejudiced. It's damn near synonymous.
I believe that race is the primary determinant of human traits and capacities, and that racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race. Okay, so superior, yeah, it's thinking that you're superior, and a lot of black people feel that way, that they're superior to white people because of our melanin and such.
I mean, like I said, it's an ideology.
Yeah.
You ain't necessarily got to do anything. You could just think it.
Hey, look up prejudice.
You have to define everything. Prejudice.
Just so we can get on. We got to get to the bottom of this. Injury or damage resulting from some judgment or action of another in disregard of one's rights. Okay, so that sounds a little different.
Read right here, 2A1. This is what you're talking about. Preconceived judgment or opinion.
Okay.
Okay. An irrational attitude or hostility directed against an individual, a group, a race, or their supposed characteristics.
So it kind of do run hand in hand.
Mm-hmm. That's all we were saying.
So all y'all in the chat room, everybody that's racist, put a 1 up. Type 1. How they do type 1 in the chat if you racist, got that. If you feel like, you know what I'm saying, you superior to the white race.
I mean, if you look at the conscious community or the whole Afrocentric movement, that's all that shit was. That shit was a response to white supremacy. Oh, well, since y'all white supremacists, we finna be black supremacists. That's basically what it was.
If you feel like you're superior, like, so dude say he don't agree with that definition. If you feel like you're superior to the white race, put a 1 in the chat right now. If you put a 1 up in there, I'm gonna just let you know right now. Jolanda,
I don't feel like any particular race is superior. And I mean, we're all the same species.
I know, that's how I feel.
We just look a little different.
That's how I feel.
Some
Like we
of
the
us look
same
a little
species.
bit different. Some of us have different beliefs. Some of us have have different features and traits that allowed us to adapt to our environment. Just different.
I feel like I think Naya said this one time a while back in the class that I went to, that she was actually the speaker or whatever at the time, and she said we shouldn't hate each other for our different races. We should appreciate and celebrate each other for our differences. You know what I'm saying? If everybody did that, like, it would be no problems. Like, we all got to damn live on this planet as a species.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we got things that are an issue as humans. We got global warming. That's a human issue, not just a black issue or a white issue, but a human issue. And we have to work together. All of the smart people of all races have to work together to come up with a solution for that. So I don't got time to be hating you because you white or because you Chinese. If that Chinese dude got the answer, hey, we need that. Come over here so we can defeat this evolution or this coronavirus or whatever the hell epidemic we going. You know what I'm saying?
Trying to take over the planet, son.
Hey, for real, like, man, we small time talking about just dealing with hating races because of you know what I mean? Like, nah, we got to move on past that. It's a future. It's above and beyond. Like you said, Chef, we wouldn't have made it this far in the whole riot situation if them people ain't stepped forward and did what they did. You know what I'm saying? So at some point we have to get past that and see the bigger picture.
And people before us saying that, like, I don't know how we got off into this, you know. Just think about it. The Black Panthers, as militant as they was and as pro-black as they was, they worked with white people, they worked with Mexicans. They came up with the term power to the people, right? And they was talking about all oppressed people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I agree with that.
What did they call it? They had a word for it. It means working class.
Not familiar.
Proliferate? The
proliferation?
No, what is it called? The proliferate, I think. I think that's a word that means the proliferate society, or it means the working class of the society, meaning that we all had the same issues and we had to recognize that we had the same issues. And if we work together, you know what I mean, we could accomplish the things, because they are separating us according to minor differences. And he was saying that basically they the ones who coined the term the man. You dig what I'm saying? And they said the man was sticking it to all of us, meaning all of the proliferate people, the working class people, whether you was white, you know what I mean, black, South American, you dig what I'm saying? Like, wherever you see the working class people, they're being victimized by an upper class, you know what I mean, oligarchy. That's what they were saying. So they used the term power to the people. You dig what I'm saying? But their particular aim was for the black people because they was black. But they definitely seen their cause as being a universal cause. You dig what I'm saying? So
yeah. It's the same thing like what's going on right now with the police brutality thing.
Yeah. All white people.
It ain't just black people getting killed by these officers. Like, it's happening to white people and Hispanic people too. And when it happens to a white person, it ain't getting nowhere near the media attention as it does when it happens to a black person.
Hey, look,
do you think that them family members, you think that them people are probably mad and upset that their family member was unarmed and killed, and they don't even get no media attention, like the officer don't get punished or nothing like that, just because their family member just happened to be white?
Man,
so they probably mad as hell. They should be standing out there with us with them pickets, demanding change.
I had a white dude came up to me around about that time that Trayvon Martin thing happened, and dude was like pro Trayvon Martin getting shot, and I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, how dare you even come at me? He's like, dude, look it up. White people get shot by the cops more times than the black people get shot by the cops. I'm like, what? Go ahead with that bull. You know what I'm saying? And you look it up, and it's like, oh shit, they do.
Yeah.
But it's like, y'all are more. It's more y'all than us in the population. So I mean, y'all would. outnumber us when it comes to everything damn near when it comes to that. So
Juju hating.
But I just I think somebody just posted on Facebook. I saw today like 100 and something people injured in Chicago from shootings. 12 dead.
Chicago is off the chart.
Over the
they
week,
need National Guard in Chicago.
Look, over the Father's Day weekend, 100 and something people shot and 12 dead in one weekend on Father's Day weekend. Black.
Yo, they need National Guard.
Like we're missing something because, and I hate to bring black on black. That's the cliche. Oh, black on black does not justify white on, you know what I'm saying, or police brutality. It does not. They're not in the same category. But we gotta sweep our front porch, people. Like we gotta address it. We gotta clean up. We gotta damn something. Like 100 on Father's Day weekend. That's 100 father. That's 100 potential. That's 100 potential father. I don't know if everybody was men that died, because it probably was some women in there.
No,
I'm gonna look it up.
It was a decent amount of children.
It's crazy, man.
It was at least 3 of them was children.
They need National Guard, yo. Like, and that's where I think racism comes in at, right? Because obviously we can't police and stop ourselves from what's happening, this fractured genocidal attitude that we have towards each other in our communities. Now, just imagine.
Hold on, Chef, man, because I don't want this to get misconstrued. Julanda and Mhuta. I'm not trying to in no way justify. This ain't got nothing to do with the police shootings and nothing like that. Like, I'm not trying to say, oh, we got to work like it. So that's not.
Yo, speak your mind, yo. Like, yo,
because they trying to make it seem like I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not.
No, Kent. If black people don't realize that we got a fucking problem, yo, like if we can't be that honest
now,
like, look, if we can't, come on, yo, if 100 people get shot, we can, something is
a problem,
wrong, yo.
It's a problem.
Something is wrong, man. Farrakhan can't fit. We need National Guard. You know what I mean? And the reason
we can't not speak on it.
If it was the white community, right? And that many people was getting shot, like in Baltimore, right? 300 something murders a year. You feel me? That's crazy. That means that you need National Guard on the ground. These black people are not going to just put their guns down and stop shooting each other. That's not going to happen. There's not going to be a speech given that's going to make black people put those guns down and stop shooting each other.
Mm-hmm.
You need a military force that's going to come in and get this shit under control. That's a war zone.
Facts.
That is a war zone. Any black person in their mouth who think that if you live in a poor black neighborhood and you have over 300 something murders a year, if you don't think that you're living in a war zone, you are delusional.
Facts.
You are delusional. If you don't think that your government supposed to step in and protect those people, you are delusional. You are delusional. If it was a white neighborhood, they definitely wouldn't let those people kill each other at that rate. It wouldn't happen. They would send in troops. That is a war zone. And if you don't love your people enough to call for a National Guard, you dig what I'm saying, to stop your black males from being killed, then you don't love black people the way you saying that you love them.
Facts.
You don't. Look, if next week it could be your son or your brother to get murdered for nothing, don't you think that, why wouldn't you want National Guard there to prevent your family members or your loved members from potentially losing their life? You don't come back from death. Death is final.
It didn't hit me, Chef, until I realized one day, I'm like, yo, I got all boys, right? I got 3 boys. So, I mean, eventually, I know they're gonna grow up. I know they're gonna probably get in conflicts. You know what I'm saying? You know what teenage life was like. You know what early 20s life was like. You go to clubs, all this and that. You know, that's inevitable for at least one of them to get in conflict with somebody. Might have a gun, might not, whatnot. We got to deal with this shit before they get to that age. You know what I'm saying? I feel I'm passionate about getting involved with, you know, conflict resolution with young black males before they get to the age where they start to my children get to the age where they really start getting able to buy guns and getting with individuals that got that type of energy going on and stuff. So, I mean, we ain't gonna just sweep this under the rug like it ain't happening and just blame everything on white people that's wrong with us. Yeah, we gonna deal with the white people with what.
Yeah. Black people don't deserve to go to clubs. Man, we can't handle it. We can't handle nightlife. Listen, if white people went to clubs and killed each other afterwards, right? I would say the same thing.
Facts.
Obviously, we can't handle it.
We don't go. And I never went to clubs that white people was. Well, I did have been in a club with white people, but majority of the clubs, 99% of the time, my people. I go to my people clubs. Mm-hmm. So my people, I'm around my people that's fighting each other and all of that back when I was that age or whatever.
Clubs, they like to get high as a kite up in
there. Now, don't get it twisted.
Clubs, they get pissy drunk, they fight.
Oh they fight. They
all get gang violence.
Ain't nobody shooting that motherfucker up afterwards. You feel me?
They throwing a couple of chairs.
We gotta be real. We got a problem.
Facts.
We got a problem, yo.
We got a problem. We got to fix it, man. And it's not to give no justification at all to police shootings. This ain't got nothing to do with police shootings. This is just dealing with our situation as it pertains to this. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't throwing that, but look at black on black. Don't look at white on black. No, we ain't even doing that. We just saying, hey, here is a problem because everybody keeps saying, oh, y'all don't say nothing about black on black when the black man die. Oh, we saying something about it now.
Yo, the racism is that our governors and our mayors won't call for National Guard in these black communities that have over 300 something murders a year. They won't call for it. That is the epitome of racism. That means that you don't care. You think the loss of black lives is not worth you calling in fucking troops. That is crazy. Obviously, the police can't handle the criminal element in these cities, right? Mm-hmm. They can't handle the illegal guns that's in these cities, right? So call in the National Guard. If your police is outmanned, if they can't do it, then you got to call in the military. I guarantee you, people say that's martial law. That's wrong. Look. To save black people's lives, right? That's what it's going to take. And I'm for it. If I can't go to the club that I want to go to, right? If I'm going to be inconvenienced, I'm willing to take that inconvenience so black people won't be killing themselves and losing their lives at the rate that they losing it. So you rather, so in order for you to be able to go to the club and do what you want, you're saying it's okay for a certain amount of black people to die.
Right.
For your personal convenience. That's fucking crazy to me. That's selfish. You dig what I'm saying? So,
I mean, you got to realize too, Chef, even if the National Guard is called in and they lock down the area or whatever, but for how long is it going to be like that if you don't address what the problem is? There's a severe gang problem there. Not just that, there's some severe unemployment there too.
Yo,
so people don't got jobs like that. People ain't making money like that.
I'm about to ask you,
relying on the gang life and the drug life, and they get into beefs with other gangs trying to make that money because they can't get a job. So if you don't solve the issue as to why all of that is going on over there, having a National Guard there isn't going to make it any better.
What's the solution, though? I mean,
they'll stop the killing.
I think
that's number one. First off, you gotta stop these niggas from shooting each other in the head. You feel me?
I didn't say how long are they gonna be there.
I didn't see troops on the ground in Baltimore. We got a high murder rate. Those troops got that shit under control. You feel me? Ain't nothing like seeing them big ass tank things Humvee joints with them coming through the hood. Yeah, that shit a little different. You feel me?
You want to stay in the house. You ain't got no RPGs to take that shit out.
I ain't saying they got to do the most. Like I ain't saying they got to show a military presence, even though that is a good presence or whatever like that. But it got to be something that we could do before it even gets to that level. Like I think conflict resolution in these schools
at that level, 300 something murders a year. Look, we passed the level. Shit is at critical now. Niggas is getting. How many people y'all say got shot in on Father's Day in Chicago?
100. Hold up. 100 and hold up. How many this is? 102.
They should have had
102 people shot. 14 fatally. 14 people died.
It should have been army men jumping out of planes. You should have seen parachutes coming down. You feel me? Like, get the fuck out of here. That shit sound crazy as hell.
Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, like Sutek said, we gotta stop glorifying, and I agree. Like, and I hear a lot of rappers.
Temporary solution. I'll agree with you on that.
Glorifying it. I'm gonna be real with you. CK. Hearing that type of music when I was growing up amped us up to do a lot of shit. And I ain't never shot nobody. I ain't sitting here trying to act gangster or nothing like that. But it did put us in that mind frame to, like, when we did go and we was around that environment, it hyped us up. When you in the club and you hear Lil Jon come on, fuck them niggas, nah, fuck them niggas, nah, fuck. Like, we in there saying that and we ready to fight. So we ain't gonna act like the music ain't got no kind of influence. for real. So the culture is that. The culture is gangbang.
The music too.
I mean, say it again.
So we have to demonize the music that's.
I'm not demonizing it. Yeah, I'm not demonizing it, but I'm saying I'm not gonna act like it ain't got an influence on us. Like, a lot of music influences us, and we lying if we gonna say it ain't, and we gonna say it don't. Like, a lot of music do influence us. I ain't saying we got to damn sit around listening to Christian music all day, but but we do gotta damn, you know what I mean? We gotta call a spade, bro. It does what it does, man. You know what I'm saying? When I'm listening to peaceful music, I'm chilling, I'm relaxed. When I'm listening to that gangster, now when I listen to gangster, it don't do nothing to me because I'm not in those type of environments. But when I went to them clubs and they played that on the in the jump, and I'm out there with my crew and we see somebody we don't like and we on that liquor or whatever, and the music, man, go see him right now. Go see him right now. We gonna tear it up. Man, we tearing it up. You know what I'm saying?
So check it out. MBK crypto. Okay. Let's say the social mental issues, it takes generations to deal with that. How do you stop the murders that's happening now?
Dang.
That's why I say temporary
that's
solution.
The question.
I throw the link in there, man.
Checkpoints. Hey, we not allowing people to just be running up and bodying people like that. You ain't gonna have freedom of movement. You can still do all of that.
Listen, I agree with all of that, the criminalization, the mindset, all of that. But that takes generations to deal with. How do you stop black people from getting killed right now? You need a presence, a force that's going to stop that. It's a war in the streets. How do you stop that? You say, we're going to pump money into the school systems. We're going to give black people jobs. We're going to send them. All right, but in the meantime, these niggas that's killing each other is still going to be out there doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So you're right though, Chef. You would have to institute martial law.
Right.
You would have to the checkpoints. People can't just
black people from losing their life.
Doing drive-by.
But see, even when doing that, it's kind of like a double-edged sword because, okay, boom, we bring in the martial law, we bring in the extra police presence. Now, seeing when the police started showing up in our clubs more, they was rude as hell. They was like, get the fuck out of here, go home. Like, when the club was over with, you couldn't even walk to your car from the club good enough before they was like, get the fuck out, get out of here.
Y'all niggas was going to shoot each other.
But still, so I mean, we already black.
Now, be real. How many of your homeboys you go to the club with? Say y'all go 4 cars deep. At least 3 of those cars got guns in them. Don't even lie. Don't even lie.
Shit, fucking
Of
car. They
course.
probably got the gun
Because
on
we
them.
gotta protect ourselves because we don't know if we gonna get ran up on, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I feel you. But and it ain't no buts on that. I agree with you, Chef. You know what I'm saying? It's an all around the board. It's octopus arms dealing with the problems that's all of the problems that make that perfect storm, right? Because you're dealing with conflict resolution in the youth. Then you're dealing with a police oppression. Then you're dealing with the music influence. Then you're dealing with people that's in poverty. Then you're dealing with people that got money. And the people in poverty want to rob the people that got money because they like there's a whole bunch of. So you got a bunch of things that you have to fix, and we trying to fix one problem while the other side leaking. You know what I'm saying? And that's where we falling short at because we're not thinking of a solution all around the board that's going to fix every part or at least bring everything into perspective. I don't know if that made sense or not, but
look, Sutek said guns don't mean you going to harm someone.
It
really?
Don't.
A person with a gun is people with guns are not going to back down. Is a person? People with guns are going to stand their ground more than a person without a gun. So if you have a gun, it's more likely you're going to use that shit in a conflict than any other. Like if I got a bat and somebody is about to attack me, more than likely I'm going to use the bat. You feel me? If you get into a conflict and you have a gun, it's more likely you're going to use the gun. You feel me? Like that. Come on, like that's
on your ground.
That like y'all now y'all acting like it ain't what it is. Like I guarantee you, all y'all living predominantly black or grew up in black communities. You feel me? Like y'all know what it is. If a nigga got a gun, eventually he might be pushed to the point where he gonna use that motherfucker. Like I don't know. Maybe I look different.
It depends on his mentality too. I mean, if you got a gun and you know what I'm saying, you've been taught how to use it, you've been, you know what I'm saying, you have a good mental state, and you're not going, because most of the time they say, hey, look, don't pull a gun out unless you're going to use it, right? Yeah, that's the saying, like, don't pull it out unless you're going to use it. So don't flash it, don't try to be hard, and all of that. So a lot of people know how to be responsible with a gun. What? It be the dumb people that be like, yeah, nigga, what's up now? Like, and just pull it out, and they ain't gonna shoot nothing, ain't about to kill nothing, and they just pull it out.
Kent, we didn't learn. Look, we didn't learn gun safety in our community. We wasn't taught the proper way to use a gun and when to pull that motherfucker out. You feel me? Like, what nigga?
Unless if you had some proper OGs around you. If you had the proper OGs around you, they told you like, yo, don't pull it out unless you want to use it, type thing. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know.
So when you pulled it out, you used it. Right. Meaning they gave you no back down. They was teaching you completely wrong. You feel me? Look, if you pull that motherfucker out, you better use it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you see a lot of motherfuckers getting killed. Because if a nigga pull it out, he was taught to use that motherfucker. Don't pull it out for intimidation, right? Hey, look, I ain't gonna pull it out just to scare motherfucker. If you pull it out, you better lay a nigga down.
And that's the problem. I think with our generation, I think we had the flashers. The new generation, they pulling out and they using it off the rip. Like it's like ain't no flashing. They trying to make a name for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it went from bad to worse. We used those rules, but then the rules just went haywire. Right. So now we just got to tell them, hey, look, man, just talk or fight or something. Go back to fight because before us they was fighting. They was using their fists. Then when it came to us, we had guns. Every 1 out 9, and somebody gets. Now with the new generation, they just everybody getting shot.
Fact.
And I don't know what the solution is. I know we need to find one though.
Troops.
Nah, I don't think troops. I think troops is gonna make it. I think troops is gonna make it more hostile because
it will.
We don't need to. We civil. We are human. We are civil people at the end of the day. We're civilians at the end of the day. So I don't think we need to act like we a third world country. I think it starts in the classroom, in the middle schools, with people with us. What's the word I'm trying to look for? Going and being in there and helping these kids, man, with their personal shit, like what do they call it, mentorship type things. You know what I'm saying? Going and participating in those type of programs. Us as adults.
But see, what you're talking about for the kids. I'm talking about the niggas that's on the streets killing each other right now.
Killing other people, yo.
Right. You're talking about how to stop future generations from doing it. I agree.
Yeah, because I think these kids
programs, you do all of that. But what about these niggas that's shooting and killing each other right now? How do you stop that?
I think they're too far gone already.
True.
So what, we round the mother flowers up?
You saying that they gotta kill each other off?
I ain't saying that.
You saying let them kill each other off?
I ain't saying that. I feel you. I ain't saying.
That's why I agree with Chef, man. Go ahead and get the troops to come in, set up the checkpoints.
The troops gonna make it.
Have a system in place, implement, the long-term stuff too. Hey, let's try to get people, so they can get a job, so they can learn a skill or something. Try to have some, better conflict resolution and all that good stuff for the kids as well. And then that's all you can really do. And you probably really wouldn't even have to do it as long as you think. It probably would only have to be implemented for like a year at the longest too.
Get Crypto the link. He got something to say. I feel like he got something to say. I just feel like troops is gonna make it worse, man. Because
it will. But not doing anything is not finna, because you gotta realize, even if you do implement all these programs you're talking about, the gang violence is still there.
I think
people still have the same problem. Like, the mentality is still there. As soon as you put them checkpoints in place and like, hey, people ain't gonna be able to just move freely like that. Mother Flowers can't go from the west side to the east side to shoot up an apartment. Because you got to go through them checkpoints. Oh, you got weapons? Oh, well, we confiscating these. Oh, you a felon too? Oh, well, now you finna go back to jail now.
But see, then that renders us to the checkpoints, because now we got to live like third world countries too. And I don't want to have
how are they living right now? They're living in a war zone right now, apparently.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest with you.
The pastors doing all that talking and them doing all that pleading and all that stuff. That shit evidently is not working.
That's not gonna make me want to move to the country, man, and just raise my boys out there, because I ain't gonna lie, like anything. That's why I don't even disagree with, at first I was disagreeing with the riots and all that, and then I thought about it. I'm like, yo, well, if this will enable my sons to have a better future where everybody believe Black Lives Matter, then hey, do what y'all got to do. Let my kids grow up in a better environment than what I grew up in, as far as the climate of what the racism and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And if the troops will make my sons have a better future, whatever it takes for my kids to grow up happy, that's all I'm with. Yeah, it got to be temporary. They can't just boss hog the environment. Go ahead.
They'll make that shit permanent.
Crypto. Go ahead, Crypto.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Peace, fellas. What's going on, CK? I'm not coming on here to tell anybody whether that they're right or wrong. I'm just really coming on here to give y'all some perspective on a couple of things that you're saying. Now I'm talking in crazy in the chat. I'm just bugging, being me. But on some real shit, you guys got to be very careful of how you address a lot of these issues. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, you sound like white men. You sound like white men that don't understand who we are, what we've been through, what we go through. Now, you guys are the smart guys. You guys understand and talk about all this history. You talk about the Black plight. You talk about what we've been through. You talk about the disadvantages we've been put through to end up in this situation. We have problems. The brother with the headphones on and the striped shirt, he said it. We have problems. You don't do like white people and criminalize the problems. You don't spend more money on police. You don't spend more money on if anybody has ever, it's one thing to be from the hood, but it's another thing to be that element that creates the hood. That means you was playing in them streets. Anybody knows if you've been playing in the streets. Police don't stop nothing. Troops don't. What is a troop gonna do? What you gonna do? Put a tank on every corner? And even if you do, they're not getting out them tanks. We go around the alley. We go in the back of the building. We go to the next block over. We go into the park. You're not gonna stop a person's livelihood with some troops that don't even understand where they at. Like that's just silly. That's how white people think and talk. Let's just go in and keep locking up people that have problems. Now, the brother said it. We're both of y'all said it. We are literally crazy.
The hell happened? Come back on here.
He pulled it. Probably accidentally. Internet could have cut out or something.
Can you hear me
there
now?
You go. Yeah, we go.
Okay. So what I was saying is, you basically said it. We have anybody that's out here shooting people up like that. Those are mental. That's not right. That's not a person that needs to be in jail or a person that needs to be. Listen, let me. You want me to give you context? You can put anybody in jail. I would listen. I shot people.
So we need to let all the child molesters out too.
Yeah, let me now. If you're gonna cut me off, I just came to give you some perspective. I heard y'all talk. So now listen to what I'm saying, and then you can decide whether you with it or not. I'm not going to do the back and forth to who got. I'm older than all of y'all, and I move around a lot, so I have a lot of perspective, right? And I'm just trying to help you because you're talking to a lot of people and y'all saying some things that, just in my opinion, is a little reckless. So back to what I was saying. If the child molesters, the shooters, the murderers, the people who play like that, there's a lot of that derives from mental issues. There's problems. So why would you spend more money on police like crackers do? Let's just keep criminalizing their health issues, their mental issues, their social issues. Why don't we get them some help? Why don't you get the older people that the brother thinks is going to take generations? Why don't you get them some training and resources so that they don't have to rob a nigga for $15? They can report to some sort of center and maybe get paid for learning a trade or get paid to move their life in a different direction or have some sort of incentive to incentivize them to do something. Niggas that rob don't want to do that. You're a victim of you part of your environment. You know what I mean? You eat where you live. That's how we live. We live in ghettos. We live in substandard situations. So we do what the fuck we got to do to survive. But we know that's not right. And people develop certain ways and methods and things that they do to survive that are not right. But you're not going to stop it by criminalizing it when you know that they crazy. That's like locking up a bunch of people that are doing things and you know they're off when you can help them by giving them resources, training, not necessarily physical medicine, but medical treatment as far as therapy. I would much rather than tanks have some centers put up where I could put these niggas in the centers and talk to them and give them and put resources into these entities to give them some sort of economic benefit to keep them from having to go in a nigga's window or rob a nigga. Hey, what are you getting? $20, $50? You're not getting no money. But look at all the money that's spent on jail. And look at all the money that's spent on police. Now you keep saying bring troops in. The fuck is a troop going? A troop's not going to do anything but escalate a situation. It's not because they don't understand. And that's the problem. You can't this is what the whole defund the police thing is about. It's not about necessarily removing the police, but why do you keep pouring all this money into this entity that just comes in and locks up a people that need help?
Right.
When do you start investing those resources in trying to help the people? You help them economically, help them mentally, give them an infrastructure that will help them or lead them on a path out of the madness. Yo, you can't stop it like that. There ain't enough tanks in America. They're not gonna be marching in no projects. You can't be at every gas station, every corner, every alleyway. You can't stop it. That should just become a cat and mouse game. They park in the hood. How many times you see them park? The police park right on the block. That shit don't do nothing. You go 2 blocks over. You go around the corner. You go where you gotta go to get it done. But that's not the problem. The problem is you want to try to create a situation where they don't have to do that. And instead of having all these resources go into the entity that don't understand us, right? And then you leave the responsibility up to the man that y'all keep saying is against us. So now you want to bring in troops, you want to bring in more police, you want to lock up a child molester, you want to lock up a robber. You need to find out why it's so much molesting and get to the bottom of that, and let's try to stop that from happening. We are damaged people. Like, we all acknowledge that. So when do we stop thinking like the fucking oppressor? When do we stop saying, yo, just keep locking niggas up, let's bring in the truth? That is not the answer, bro. That's not the answer. And that's why they say you have to start to rethink how policing and how that whole apparatus works. It's not supposed to be this way. It's not, right? So if you really want to help black people, right, it ain't reparations, right? You give these people money, they're just gonna go pour it into the negative entity.
Facts.
People need help. People need help. People need people need to know that there's another way. They need to understand that, right? And so, like I said, you just gotta be careful with all that police, troop, because you're criminalizing mental disorders. Like, it's like locking up people you know is crazy. Like, they crazy. So, like, why not at least try to help them first, right? Before you go and say just lock them up, because that's not. We got more people in jail here than anywhere on the planet, and they're all black. The majority of them look like us. So, like, at some point we got to rethink how we, approach this whole police and criminal justice thing, right? Because it was never intended to help us, right? And now here we are in 2020, and we have the people like y'all who are the only hope, because you're the ones with the knowledge, and you saying the same thing Trump and them saying. More police, more troops. No, that don't help. And it ain't gonna stop nothing.
And to add what you're saying, just to build on that part, we are talking from a place of privilege.
Absolutely.
Because we're actually, where we might have been in those areas, or we might have, some of them might have came from that. We're good now. You know what I'm saying? So It's easy for us to say, like, oh, just, hey, lock them up. Sick the dogs on them, you know what I'm saying? Get them up out of here. Like, our family got to eat, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
when you're in it,
I feel
different perspective, man. When you in it, it's different, man. You're doing what you got to do to survive. If they don't rob, if everybody stopped robbing and selling drugs, what would they do? Right. They're not at the level where, oh, you're killing your people. It's either kill them or I die. It's the survival of the fittest, man. So it's easy when we all working now and we, got our families and we buying houses and we being progressive. It's easy for us to now look back and say, oh, them niggas is crazy. We need to lock them up. We need to get the troops in there. They bugging. They wilding. Yo, we know that. Like we was a lot of us was one of them at one time. But something was able to turn us, something turned me away from that opportunity. Right? So somebody got through to me at some point. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with everybody. If you just say bring in the troops, you gave up. If you just say bring in the police and keep locking everybody up, you gave up. Because what happens when you lock them up? Now you destroy them. Now they destroyed. They got no chance. They got no chance on reform. They got no chance to do better. There's no option. And that's what the cracker do. He can just keep throwing you away like that. Just throw you away. And now you got our own people saying that crazy shit. So that's all I wanted to do, just give a little bit of perspective, man. And sometimes it's hard to listen to that, because y'all supposed to understand this and understand who we are, what we're going through. They don't understand. They scared to death. They don't know. You see what I'm saying? You hire these two poop-up white cops that don't have the physical ability to do nothing, and you wrestle what's the brother name they just shot? Rayshawn, whatever his name, Clark, right? Isn't that his name? Rayshawn, yeah. Right? You wrestle him to the ground, right? And you don't even have the ability to remand him. You're just physically incapable. So what do? You resort to shooting him. right? Because that's the only way you was gonna stop them. And this is why they're nervous, because no, you're wrong for shooting a guy in the back. But if you got thousands of poop up police that can't hold nobody down, now we're gonna be running from everybody. They'll never catch nobody. You need a different type of officer. You need an officer that's physically fit, not a bunch of fat white dudes or dudes that ain't never had a confrontation in their life. Dudes have no self-defense training, no nothing, right? So now we got to pay the price with our life because of your inability to do your job, right? If he was drunk or if he needed to be apprehended, then apprehend him. He wrestled two guys off the ground. Take your taser. Man, these dudes never been in a confrontation in their life. Like, so this shit is just crazy, man. It's crazy. So that's all I wanted. I just wanted to give a little perspective. I'm gonna let y'all have your show, and
No, don't go nowhere.
No, I don't do the I don't do the shows.
No, you made some good
I don't go.
No, you said a lot though. You said a lot.
That's why I just wanted to leave it and let it marinate. And then you can comment and y'all can say what y'all gotta say. Comment. That's cool. I'm gonna listen. But
so we're not gonna have a back and forth?
Nah, I don't want to have no. I don't do that because there is no back and forth. That's I'm not gonna argue with another black man about putting troops on my people. If I still gotta argue with you after I give you that perspective, then then you're just here to be right, right? So I like that. I can't see no right in troops and police, right? But I respect your opinion because I respect you as a man. But I'm not gonna go back and forth with somebody who's at that level. You still talking to you? If I lay it out like that, it's plain like that. And you still talking about, oh, well, now it's my turn to go. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing I don't do.
Oh, so hold on. So your perspective is the only perspective on it.
You see how you twisting it? You see you're doing it already. That's not. What did I just say? I said I just came to give my perspective, and now you guys can comment on it. You can say what you want, but I don't want to argue back and forth with you.
Right. Well, we
not an argument.
That's all.
Just people's point of view.
Right. That's all.
It was just a conversation, yo. Like.
I don't want to go back and forth like now it's my goal.
Basically, just say you don't want to have a conversation. You just want to
I thought that is what I said.
Well,
I said I don't want to go back and forth. I just came to give my perspective, and that's it. And then you can comment on it. You can say what you have to say. And
that's fine.
I don't want to be on no online live on air going back. And I don't do that. I don't come on shows. But just something about what y'all was saying moved me. And everybody say MBK don't come on. I don't come on. I never come on the show. You know what I mean? It's since we started.
Man, hey, look, this is our first jump, man. We appreciate you coming on.
You know what I mean? I want to give a little another side to the story. That's
appreciate
you. Another side to the coin. But I'm gonna drop off and I'll listen to what the brother has to say.
Okay.
I wanted to say something real short, real quick. I find it very interesting that amongst all of that stuff that was said, that the only thing that was focused on is the troop portion, despite the fact that Kent both made suggestions about programs and things that could be done. And I made suggestions too as well. And I even emphasized multiple times that the troops is a short-term thing. It cannot be permanent. It cannot be long-term. Because like Chef said before, you need something right now. Can't wait, because programs that takes time. Giving people jobs, that takes time. Training people to be able to do something, that takes time. You got to have something in effect right now. I ain't saying criminalize everybody. I ain't saying everybody's a criminal. But, evidently, these people that are killing their own people in the neighborhood, they don't understand either. Because it's like, is it worse that it's a white person that's killing us? Or is it not as bad because, it's a black person that's killing black people in their own community? And, we have to understand because they have a mental health disorder. Well, you're not finna get a mental health treatment living in your community, while you're still committing the same crimes. You have to remove them from the community so that they can get help without having all of these distractions. Same thing with people that are rapists. Same thing with people that are child molesters. You cannot have these people in the same community where they have temptation to keep doing what they're doing. And that's all I wanted to say.
No, I mean, I agree with a lot of what the brother was saying. Just because I know that, extra police presence, when you're dealing with the police, a lot of times it just means extra oppression or extra them being assholes. You know what I'm saying? So if we do defund the police, you know what I'm saying? I think one of the arguments that was being made about defunding the police, not obliterating the police, because we don't want to have zero police presence. Like that, I wouldn't live in a society that has no police presence. But maybe taking some of that money and investing it into the schools and, like you said, CK, the programs that help kids with education, after school activities, sports programs, STEM, what have you, things that go into giving them more opportunities, like the brother was saying, because half the cats that's robbing or half the cats that's selling drugs, the real ones that's really in that doing that, they don't want to do that forever. You know what I'm saying? The ones that really just doing that to survive right now. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to do that forever. So we got to I know people that if they selling drugs right now, if they had a job making $20-something an hour, they would quit doing that shit right now and go work that $20-something hour. Ain't nobody trying to work no $10 hour job when rent ain't going to take care of rent at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So there has to be opportunities present so that they can eliminate a lot of the criminal activity that's going on. And I think that's where we getting lost in the sauce, because we looking at it like, oh, that's just a nigga. But we got to look at, I hate to quote him on this dude on his jump, he said, the making of a nigga. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at what made the nigga be the nigga rather than just be like, oh, look at that nigga. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at, okay, so why is he like that? He don't have the opportunities. He don't have, I'm talking about the average dude. You know what I'm saying? I ain't talking about, some of these cats just worthless. But a lot of these cats, man, all they need is the opportunity, man. You get them a $20 an hour job and they on it. They working hard. They getting their money. They about to buy a house. They getting a CDL, whatever it takes. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I agree with what my man was saying just now, man. I feel him where he coming from.
Well, what's up, Chef? I know you got plenty to say.
Yeah. Well, for me, I could agree that we damaged. I can agree that, you know what I mean, police is more police. They're going to lock more people up. But when you think of the amount of, how many you said got shot? 100?
102, I think.
My problem with that is, okay, how do you stop what's going on right now? My brother keeps saying that the police, the troops, they ain't going to do nothing but lock people up. Well, if you lock up, I'm not even going to say that, because they trying to put us, or what I'm saying, as being white. You feel me? Like you're saying what the white man is saying. I'm saying I'm trying to preserve life right now. Trying to preserve life right now. I'm not saying it's going to stop 100% of the murders. Yo, if that shit cut it down by 40%, that shit is worth it. You telling me for all of the guys that would lose their life that could have potentially made something of themselves, I'm saying if we could save 40% of them, yo, that's great. That's great. Yeah, basically saying create social programs, right? Get these people mental help. Like you can't send doctors in to the streets. Mental health care workers, you can't send them into the streets. Those people don't understand that. Like most people that we're claiming is sick, they don't believe that they're sick. You feel me? Like you can't convince them that they are sick. If somebody took something from you and your conflict resolution is to go smoke them, the person that's about to go smoke somebody don't believe that he's sick. He feel like, yo, that nigga took something from me. This how I'm gonna handle that. Like I mean, so frisking people, checkpoints. You dig what I'm saying? I know my neighborhood. I'm still in the hood. I own a barbershop in the hood. Same shit I say on here, I say in the barbershop full of niggas that's still out there doing that shit. I say the same damn thing. You feel me? Like, yo, we need help. We just don't need help far as wise like programs and stuff. We need a system in place that's gonna get these guns or deter these niggas right now. We need a deterrent. CK clipped off. We need a deterrent right now. I'm adding you back, CK. We need a deterrent, some type of deterrent right now. So my question is, because my man MBK Crypto still in the building, right? My thing is, what is the deterrent from people, from our brothers killing each other right now?
I think it needs to be just as much attention addressed to that, and I think it needs to be separate from the Black Lives Matter. You know what I'm saying? I think we need the Black Lives Matter, whatever they doing with that. I think we need that. Okay, let's have that. But we need to have just as much attention addressed to the killing of our young folk out there in the streets. Like we need to have that same energy towards that. And like I said before, that is in no way trying to combine the two or relate the two and put one against the other. It's just showing that this is a problem in our community and we have to deal with that. That's all that is. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people like say, oh, well, you trying to... No, it's a problem regardless. So let's deal with that. And let's let people know that, yo, we need to, if we're going to be Black Lives Matter, then Black Lives Matter, and we need to respect ourselves. And that's just point blank and period. You know what I'm saying? If Black Lives Matter, like, it shouldn't be, and I'm not even saying 102 people or 102 people was black. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm willing to bet any amount of money that, you know, we was probably the majority of that, just on what I've seen in the past that has happened in Chicago, DC, Baltimore, other cities, you know what I'm saying, that type of thing happens or whatever, you know what I mean? So, I mean, we need help, man, you know what I'm saying? And I think it needs to be a discussion. I think we need, this discussion needs to be had. My bad, CK, go ahead with you about it.
Nah. It's all good. I'm listening.
No, I mean, yeah, I feel like the discussion needs to be had. Like, we can't be scared. We can't run away from that. And we not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not talking as a white person. I'm a black person talking about this. And I'm concerned because, like I said, I have sons. You know what I'm saying? Even if I had daughters, it wouldn't matter because the women are getting killed as well. We could talk about damn shit. We want to really get into some. We could talk about abuse and how the men abusing the women out here in the streets. But that could be a whole nother, you know what I mean? But that conversation needs to be had. But eventually, if we're going to talk about really the black race progressing and getting better, yeah, we want to do it intellectually, but we want to clean ourselves up, you know what I'm saying, in a personal way as well, in a living, you know what I'm saying, our lifestyles as well. We can't even do the scientific lifestyle, or we can't even do the scientific progression before we get our life together first. Financial, all that. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if we're gonna deal with pseudoism, we're gonna deal with it all around the board, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm on point. I say, yeah, do the programs, get people mental health, get people to training, try to help people get a job, better education, all that good stuff. We all down for all of that.
Right.
But yo, short term, yo, you
short
gotta
term,
just, you gotta,
drop the
you gotta
bomb
have
on
some
them.
kind of control, man. Because
y'all saying drop the nuke on them already.
You cannot leave rapists and child molesters in the community. Even if they are getting help, you don't let, I wouldn't suggest it. You can't leave them around. Like, same thing with people that's murdering people. Like, yeah, you don't leave them people in the community. I'm not saying that they can't be rehabilitated and they can't make up for the mistakes that they've done. But for right now, nah, your ass can't be in the community. Just like when that white girl went into Botham Jean's apartment and shot him up, and then the family wanted to forgive her. Yeah, the family, they can forgive her. Do you? But the community don't have to forgive her. The community can be like, nah, we do not want this person in the community. She is a murderer. She needs to go to jail.
The average
She can
black
still be
dude
rehabilitated. She can get some Jesus and get saved and repent and all that good stuff. But the same thing goes for the craziness going on in our community. Like you can't keep allowing the same people that are making those same type of mistakes over and over and over again. You can make excuses all day, but that's fine. You can get help, but you are just not going to be in the same environment where you can continue to cause destruction, continue to sell drugs and all that good stuff. Nah, like we need you somewhere else. Let's get you some help. Let's get you the education. Let's get you the mental health that you need. And then boom, like if we feel like, yo, that you on point now, you can come back. And I think that that's fair.
I agree. I agree with that. Like I don't even want to argue the point no more because it's almost like we don't have no solutions. You feel me? Like our solutions are so, I mean, is what? Mental health is, all of this shit when people are getting smoked every day. Like, what do you do about that? You know what I mean? See, that's my problem. What do you do about that? What do you tell a mother, right, who just lost 2 sons, right? You tell her the black community need help, mental help. She ain't trying. She just lost her fucking sons. Right. You feel me? You think I just don't even, like he said, yeah, I own a barbershop in the hood. I talk to them niggas. Half them niggas I grew up with, I talk the same way. It's just real. I don't go off and tell them niggas that they need mental counseling. I tell them niggas they wrong. They know they wrong. Like, I mean, I never talked to a criminal who didn't know what they was doing was wrong. So I'm trying to figure out,
that's some real shit right there.
Like, what world are y'all criminals living in? The criminals that I know they doing wrong. They not sitting there saying, yo, I'm doing the right thing. You feel me? Like, so
that easy money.
Man.
But a lot of those areas just really don't have jobs like that and have not the best of education. So that's why, like I said, I know we all will agree that those things need to be in place. But on the short term, mother flowers that get caught doing something as crazy as murdering people, as crazy as molesting and raping people, you don't need to be in the community.
Oh, if you molesting and raping people.
If you killing people, you don't need to be. That's nutty as hell. You taking people out. So y'all think, hold on, y'all think molestation is worse than murder? A person who get molested can go to counseling. They can get their mental together. They can have a fruitful
stay in the same community.
If you get killed, your shit is over. You got clipped.
I feel like a lot of the murders in our community have to do with individual beefs, right? So this person disrespected this person, and I'm not even putting no justifying none of it. But you molest a motherfucker, like you just need to be out of here. Like I do. I feel like a molester got to be out of here before. And it might sound weird, right?
That's crazy.
If you kill some, like say, old boy over here, kill old boy over here. 9 times out of 10, they will goddamn going back and forth. One of them about to do one or the other, right? And I'm not justifying it at all. But if you molesting children, bro, you got to be gone. Like, you just out of here, man. Like, I just don't have no pity for none of that. You know what I'm saying?
But you got pity for murderers?
I don't have pity for them either, but I can understand beef and your survival and it being that person or that person.
See, we've become so desensitized to the loss of seeing black men get killed that it's almost like it's okay. We saying that these niggas got mental issues. We saying
he's a blood, he's a Crip. He was beefing with the Crip. He killed them. You know,
I'm talking
you don't
about
need to go to jail. Nah.
I'm talking about if we're weighing it on a scale as far as molestation. Now, I don't agree with. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
Can I just say, you know what? This is my fault. I just want to say first, this is my fault, right? Because you're right. The brother in the black shirt was right. I shouldn't have left, right? Because what I did is I came and I said something, and I really don't think I was clear enough, right? Because I'm listening to. Let me hang on. Just let me talk. So, because I wasn't clear, right? Because I'm listening to what you guys are saying, and you guys are taking this and running. You're creating red herrings. You're using extreme situations, and none of that is what I said. CK keeps talking about murderers and nobody said you don't discipline the crime that's going on. We have a police element right now that's there for that. That's what they're there to do, right? So what I said was, why pour more resources into more police to put in a place where the crime is already going on? Why not take those additional resources and start to use them to help? You're not to think that you're going to stop somebody from killing, mugging, raping, molesting by putting more police is absurd. It's not. They've been doing that for hundreds of years. It doesn't work. So at what point do you say, okay, maybe we need to rethink how we approach this situation? So that doesn't have anything to do with not taking somebody out of the community that goes out and rapes or molests today. Yes, they should be locked up. That's not about someone that goes out and kills someone today. Yes, that has to be dealt with. Nobody said you don't deal with them. I'm talking about all the other people who not raping, molesting, and killing, who are on the brink of raping, molesting, killing, who are about to get the seed that causes you to rape, molest, and kill. So you're taking this extreme situation, right? And then you're flipping it and trying to garner support for your point. That's a false narrative, CK. Yes, you should listen.
I disagree.
Listen. You're not even trying to understand I'm agreeing with you. You're just disagreeing to disagree.
You don't even know why I'm disagreeing. I just said
I just said the same thing you said. If you rape, molest, shoot, kill, you should be taken out of the society. We're not talking about that. Point? No, I'm saying the same thing. I'm trying to
because that's not what you were saying initially.
CK, please stop cutting me off and try to listen and stop with that. What I said initially is what I'm saying now. I came on to say, why pour more resources into more police? I didn't
say anybody on this panel say that?
Isn't that what I said in the beginning? That's my whole.
Did anybody on this panel say pour more resources into police?
That was my. I said you don't need troops. You take the money that you're going to use to put more troops in, which ain't going to stop nothing, and you use that to start to try to create programs and economic situations that help. So now look at this. The money you're going to take to bring in some troops, you already got police in place to lock up your child molesters and your murderers, right? So bringing in troops doesn't help. So why not take that money that you're gonna use to bring in the troops and buy a project building, renovate every apartment, put 1,000 of these dudes that's robbing and killing in there, give them a monthly income that's tied into some sort of regiment where they have to check in and they're controlled. They have something to live for. They got recreation. They got food. They got clothing. They got shelter. They got their health. They're learning a trade. And then there's some sort of job placement going on afterwards. Do you think, this is what I mean when I said you don't play in the street. To think that the people in the street shooting and killing want to be doing that is crazy. That means you're not in touch. You're not, yo, really? Did you listen to what I just said?
I hear you, but you're coming off very conflicting.
CK,
it's like you saying one thing and then you saying another.
Let me. If you stop trying to cut me off to get your point across, you might understand.
I ain't trying to get no point across. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, okay. So you let me know. So could you chill for a minute? I'm saying to you again for the 5th time, yes. If you want to lock up the killers, the rapists, and the shooters, I'm with you. But how does bringing in more troops help that? It's not going to stop that. That's a fallacy. If you think that bringing in more troops and having more police is going to stop what's going on in the hood, the brother in the black shirt, he said he know them dudes outside the bar. You think bringing in more troops is going to stop them from eating food?
Yeah, it's called time out.
No, listen. So why time them out that way? Why not take the resources you was going to use on the troops and give them a different alternative so that they don't end up killing, robbing, and mugging and doing that?
Doug.
What? So that's my listen. That's what I said from the beginning. You don't need troops. You don't need more police. You need to rethink.
He writing what he said.
He is focusing on one thing that we said, but he's completely ignoring everything else that we said.
You're more interested in trying to be fucking right. The tape is played. You can play the tape back and hear what I said when I only came in here because I have a strong view about more police and overhyped police. Nobody ever said anything about don't lock up somebody that's killing somebody. You keep saying that. But that's not even the debate. We're talking about the people that's not there yet. The people we're trying to save the hood.
That's not who we were talking about.
Yeah, but what? Well, that's what you should be talking about, though. Why are you sitting here talking about bringing more police to lock up some niggas that's doing wrong when you got thousands of niggas
because those are the people that we have a problem with?
This is why this is dangerous, man. Because people just
I think you're dangerous, dude. Because you clearly, I don't know what you got going on, but when you came on the panel, you were basically trying to imply that we were only focusing on bringing in troops.
Don't say you're wrong already. Don't say I was basically trying to imply. You can't tell me what I'm implying. I came on and said
you doubled down on it. What do you mean?
No, you go back and listen.
And then when you came back on the panel, you tried to clean it up.
The brother in the striped shirt heard everything I said. I came in and said what? The brother in the black shirt heard it. What did I come in and say, bro? I said we don't need more police. I came in talking about where to invest the resources. That's been I never talked about not locking up somebody that's killing somebody.
But why didn't you acknowledge that we brought up the resources too? We brought up both.
No, I know nobody said you did. Listen, nobody said you.
But you were only focusing on the troop aspect.
Listen, you don't need more troops. Troops. Okay, do you understand? CK, have you ever been in the street? First of all, no, you haven't.
I agree with you that we need.
No, you haven't. You ain't been in the street.
So you're implying that you know something about me? You know something about me that I don't know?
It's apparent, bro. If you've been in the streets and you talking like you don't know the people you've been in the street with. When you ain't been in no street a day in your fucking life. You lived in the hood, but you ain't been in no street. And if you've been in the street,
because I chose not to get involved in that stuff. I had plenty of opportunities.
You worse than the cracker than if you've been in the street. You the worst kind of person. Because you like a snake, you know you got knowledge yourself, and you still sitting up here talking about what to do with the people that you was just in the street. You was one of them. What changed you? What the fuck? What if they would have threw your ass away? You wouldn't be here today.
I made a conscious decision, yo. I was around all that stuff. I was around the drugs. I was around the gang violence.
Everybody don't have that capacity, CK. Everybody don't have that ability. Yo, you know how many? This is how I know you're not in the street. You know how many killers are kittens when they at home?
Should I be
some of the nicest dudes you'll ever know?
Would I be a better person if I was involved in that? Would I be a better person? Would I be good?
You would be a better person if you be quiet and try to get some perspective and stop trying to be right on the internet.
No, I'm just asking. Would I be a better person if I made the decision to get involved in that stuff when I had the opportunity not to?
See how you keep creating fault? What are you talking about?
Well, the way that you're coming off is that, because you didn't get involved with that stuff, you don't understand. I'm glad I did.
You would be a better person. You would be a better person if one, you stop cutting me off and try to understand where I'm coming from, and two,
well, I'm cutting you off because you were forcing a narrative on me and pretending like you knew something about my life that you don't.
Okay, so let me say, can I
ask and then you answered for me. So yes, I am going to cut you off.
CK, you don't know shit. If you really want to get down to it, you just a loudmouth internet asshole at the end of the day.
So now your feelings are hurt. So I'm an asshole now.
Hold on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's not do that, man.
You should tell her no. Stop cutting them off. You let her keep cutting me off, and you see she irritates.
Nah, I'm just saying we can still keep it respectful between everybody. You know what I'm saying?
You weren't getting passionate and heated over nothing. Like,
it ain't nothing. It's about fucking people. It ain't nothing. What do you mean?
And you don't think that the people on the panel are passionate about this?
No, don't try to bring them into this. Me and you. The people on the panel.
You don't think I'm not passionate about this?
No, I think that you misguided and you don't want to hear nothing.
But you don't know nothing about me.
Listen.
Let's
start off. Nothing about me. You don't know where I'm from. You don't know how I'm raised.
All I'm saying
how
to
often
you
do
is,
the people on the panel heard me talk about my life?
Hold on, y'all.
Let's start. Do I know if I'm married or not?
I feel like can I get one in?
Do y'all know if I'm married or not? Because I don't talk about my personal life on the
you just see what I'm saying? You do just like all these internet weirdos. You just want to keep cutting me off, trying to shape a narrative.
Hold on,
You're not trying to get to the bottom of it.
Hey, I wasn't the one that was trying to force how I think that someone's life was or wasn't just a moment ago. That was you.
Listen, if you was in the street,
you project
MBK, CK. Hold on.
If you was in the fucking street and you out here talking about throwing away the very shit you was, then what do that make you?
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
If you was playing in the street and you telling me you was one of them and you was standing side by side with them, and now you get on a panel now and talk about they need to be taken out of society when you was one of them, what do that make you?
Who are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about because you keep going back and forth. You flipping around all over.
No, you don't seem to understand nothing that don't go with your narrative. You don't see you play dumb.
No, it's just like you're saying one thing, and then when I say like what you're saying, you're saying I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. And I'm like, what? And then you flip it again, and then I'm like, what are you talking about?
You're gonna hear what I said when I came on the panel. It's the same fucking thing I'm saying now. You don't need to put more.
You're making it seem like those are the same people. We weren't talking about the people that weren't involved in the criminal activity. We were talking about the people that were involved in the criminal activity.
So what we already know what happens. Why are you wasting time talking about them when you got thousands that
because
ain't
those are the people that we're concerned about. Those are the people that are murdering people in the community.
So
those are the people that need help.
How does that help us? And how are you helping them by saying they need to be locked up? You're not helping them. 1 minute you say you want to lock them up to help you and the other people in the community. Now you're trying to say you want them locked up to help
remove them from the community.
All right, so we remove them. If we remove them from the community, if we're removing them from the community, then we need to be dealing with the people that's left. Isn't that common sense?
We cool with that.
That's why we mentioned the program.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right. And you keep ignoring that. You're saying that we didn't say that.
Can I talk to the guy in the black shirt now? All right, fine. I'm not gonna say nothing else. I was never really talking to you to start. I came on talking to the guy in the black shirt that was talking about the truth. You put yourself in this. You did what you do. You put yourself in this. You jumped out the window.
I'm on the panel. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I wasn't talking to you though. I was talking to the brother who said he wanted to bring in more troops. And that's why I came on here to say we don't need more.
And we all on the panel agreed with that statement.
Can I talk without you? Can I talk to him? Can I talk to the brother? Damn, yo, what is your problem?
You have a problem, not me.
All I'm saying,
I'm chill.
All I'm saying, bro, I'm saying it like this. You don't need to spend more money on troops or police on a situation where people need help. We ain't talking about the people who murder and kill and that's doing that right now. They're going to do what they do. You need to find a way to keep the people who haven't crossed that threshold yet out of that. That's where the conversation is at for me. Now, I don't know about nobody else.
You're saying like the youth, right? Like, I mean, that's my whole thing.
I'm saying everyone. I'm saying everyone.
I'm saying the youth.
Explain to me, and the youth is fine. But I'm talking about the crackhead that's 40 years old. You think he want to be getting high and robbing? They got no alternative. What is the other option? So now, instead of taking the money you're going to spend on the army, which is not going to stop them from getting high, it's not going to stop them from robbing. So what is the point? So why not take that money you was going to use on the army and create some sort of
program
system that can take these dudes off the street? How many times you gotta watch these young boys in videos tell you they can't wait to get out the hood? You act like, and that's what I'm saying. If you in the street, you know the mindset of the other niggas in the hood. Nobody don't want to be out there robbing and killing. You a victim. That's your environment.
I know a lot of dudes who actually is cool with that.
No, man, being cool with that is one thing, man. Being cool with that. If you think the dudes in the street want to be doing that, then you don't understand what's going on, bro.
And BK, you might be speaking of a younger, of a older generation.
So you're telling me that the people in the street killing and robbing do that because they want to do it, and if they had an alternative,
they glorifying it. They glorifying that.
Have you listened to our music?
Glorifying it is part of the sickness, bro.
Like they riding around. Look, they riding around with guns, talking about they hunting.
That's part of the sickness.
They out here. We hunting.
Wow,
you feel
man.
me? Like,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, but
that's
part
about that shit like this.
Fam.
Just leave them.
There's no doubt they do that. These people, don't you think that? Don't you understand that that's part of what's wrong? That's part. Yes.
I agree. Now, when they selling their drugs, you ask them, yo, you need to chill, shit. I'm gonna run it up today.
No.
I'm gonna run it up today.
So listen,
you know what I mean?
Fam, what you're doing is, I'm not trying to cut you off, but what you're doing is you're feeding into the negativity. This is what you do. When you in the street, that's what you do. That's part of the culture. You gotta change the culture. So why not? So why not go and take the hunters and put them in a different environment where they don't have to hunt? And now hunting ain't cool no more. So now when they pop up on the scene, they look just as good, they just as fresh, but now they got a studio apartment. They got 6 months left on an educational bid before they'll be in some sort of job placement and working. They have been through programs while they was living in this building to help them fix their credit. Now they got cars. They got all the things that they thought they could only get by being on the corner. And all it took was resources put into the right place. Rather than taking more police, more troops, and locking up people who are mentally distant. That's a mental problem. Somebody talking about they hunting. We all did that when we was in the street. That's the culture. It's the same thing with lining up around the block to get some Jordan. All of that is nuts. That's a mental sickness. That's wrong.
I think.
But this is how we live. And you got at some point stop criticizing them for doing what they're doing and figure out a way to take them out of that. We know that's what they do. We know they hunt. If you've been doing that since the time you was 5, 6, 7 years old, that's what you do. But I know that. You know that. We know that's not right. But we know that they in a space that's where that world they in, it doesn't afford them the opportunity to do anything else. So you gotta be bigger than that instead of just saying, oh yeah, they hunting. And stop acting like you don't know why they out there hunting. And figure out a way to try to stop them from hunting. Yo, just get on a panel and say, yo, we need more police. Oh, I hear the police. We all here. We know the culture. It's in the music. It's in everything.
No,
we know that.
I know that's not gonna. You can present the best lifestyle for a lot of them.
If I take the money, man.
Hold on, they want to get it out of the streets.
No, that's no. That's where you're wrong. You're wrong, bro. I gotta disagree with you, bro.
You ain't gonna let him make his point.
Listen, if I
you're not gonna let Sheffer make his point.
Hold on, let me say this.
Please, we men, we know how to respect each other and go back and forth. We don't need.
But you don't know how to respect the female when you talking to her though.
Hold on.
You call her an idiot and then try to presume what her life was like without even getting to know that.
See how you just gonna interject yourself. You're not gonna let us talk. We passed that already. That's done. We done with that. Like I'm not going into that. We done with that. All right, we closed that and we moved on. So like, why keep on? Like, go ahead, brother, with the black shirt.
Oh, what I'm saying is people in the streets, a lot of them, right, who want to get it out the streets. You can present them. You can say, yo, you can get this job. So, hold on. So you telling me you in the street or you've been in the streets, right? And you didn't come across
I was
who didn't.
I'm still plugged in. I know the killer.
So you know. So hold on.
Hold
on. So you got an element of homeboys who would love to get a job, and you got ones who ain't gonna ever don't feel like they ever gonna work. You saying
Listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said.
Right.
Don't feel like they're ever going to work. So now listen to what my suggestion was. What I'm telling you is every young boy that you know that say they don't feel like they're ever going to work, the reason they're not going to work is because there's no work for them. They don't see a way to go work and have an apartment and a car and a job and a future. Give them a future. So I'm telling you, every boy that's hustling, if I tell them, listen, come with me, I got a studio apartment for you, I got a monthly stipend for you, and I got a way to get you in the whip in 6 months, get your credit right, and get you clean, but you got to check in. You telling me a nigga still want to be in the streets? Niggas don't want
70% of them gonna fuck that up. I'm saying 70% of them gonna fuck that up. They gonna disappoint you.
Fam, listen to what you're saying, man.
I'm saying that out my mouth. I'll put a finger on it. 70% of them gonna disappoint you.
That's totally not true, bro. That's totally. Listen, I don't know nobody in the street. I don't know nobody in the street. Listen. I don't know nobody in the street that want to be in the street if they had an alternative, brother. And what you saying? Listen to what you just said. That's exactly what the cracker said. That's exactly what he said. 70%. I guarantee you, if we come in and put resources into that other stuff, listen.
I think what the problem is though. Hold on. I think what the problem is though. We're talking about a new generation right now that thrives off of the image of that lifestyle more so than the need to live it. You feel what I'm saying?
The thing to give you some insight, bro. Because seriously, from a street perspective, to give you some insight.
How old are you, MBK? Like, if you don't mind me asking, like how old?
I'm older than all of y'all.
About 40 something, 50 something.
I'm older than all of you guys. That's
okay. So you in your 40s, 50s, or whatever, right?
That's not with all due respect, bro. That's irrelevant.
Okay, cool.
All I'm saying to you is to give you some perspective. One of the things that drives people and keeps them in the street is the get back, right? Is the get back, right?
What are you talking about? Revenge? Talking about killing?
That's one of your main reasons. That's one of your main reasons for a brother not wanting to leave, not actually wanting to leave the life, right? When you lost a homie, right? But when it comes down to just some dudes, most people in the street don't get no money. They're not making no money in the street. You don't make no money out there doing that little silly shit they're doing now. It's just about being part of a culture that allows them to be somebody. You see what I'm saying? So all I'm trying to tell you is when you say that if I take money and pour it into resources to help them, that 70% of them is just going to fuck it up. That's exactly what the cracker said. And that's exactly why he keep putting more police in the hood. Yeah. That's why he keep putting more police in the hood. That's why he don't go that's why the policing situation and how they treat us and deal with us is the way it is now. Because that thinking right there from people who don't know those people in the street on that level, they make the decisions. So if the brother in the black t-shirt was in charge of the hood, that would be his plan. His plan wouldn't be to try to come up with ways or put the resources into other ways to help to change that mental sickness that they have that makes them think they want to hunt. His suggestion would be, nah, fuck that, because 70% of them gonna fuck it up. Let's put more police in there. So that don't make no sense.
Do you think those guys would take advantage of the programs though? Like say, because my homeboy had.
Listen.
Hold on, let me get this off real quick, bro.
Mm-hmm.
My homeboy opened up a bookstore in the hood, a bookstore, black-owned bookstore. Now, of course, cliche is black people don't read, right? But we say, okay, we give them the opportunities, we give them the access to these things, they'll take advantage of it. Man, my dog had his bookstore there maybe 6 months, 8 months. Went out of business in 6 to 8 months because nobody came through.
Why would a guy that's selling drugs all his life ain't never read a book go buy a book in the bookstore? Why is he going to do that?
So at the same time, we're talking about putting programs
in the hood. I was specific about what I said because listen to what I'm saying. I'm providing. The reason you hustle is to survive. The reason you hustle is so that you can pay your bills, is so that you could have a roof over your head, is so you could get the whip. What did I just say? Take the money, take the billions, the hundreds of millions, the tens of millions you're about to use to put troops there. Go buy some housing, right? Tie the housing into these brothers having to be here in it's almost like a camp. Right? So now I got a building, I buy a project building, I renovate it, and I got 1,000 studios in here. And I take 1,000 niggas from the hood and I put them in there. They're not paying no rent. They living. They get to congregate with each other. They get to still be cool. They get to still do what they do. But they just not climbing, right? I'm giving them listen to what I'm saying. I'm giving them a monthly stipend. I'm changing the culture. I'm changing the culture for not just one guy at a time. I'm changing the culture for all of them. So ain't nobody left to go out there and hunt. This is a new thing we're trying to do now. You have to try to rethink how this whole thing works as far as how you're going to police your people. Because your people need help. They don't need more police. They don't need more jail. They don't need more of that. If 70% of the people is going to turn down this, then that's a problem, bro. And we got to figure out how to fix that.
That's the mentality part of it.
Right. And if you can't fix that, then we doomed. These conversations don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing. And what you sitting there saying is the exact same thing the cracker says. That's what justifies him busting your ass, putting more police, stopping frisk, not giving you a chance. Yeah, they stop and frisk. Yeah, dude gonna have a gun. Dude gonna have. That's the life. They know that because they ain't got no other alternative. So when do we give them some other options and stop just saying, yo, they're just no good. They're gonna fuck it up. Yo, man, that's crazy. Yo, I live with the wolves. The wolves don't want to be wolves, man. You know how many times them dudes get in the cut, yo, be like, yo, man, I can't do this no more, man. This shit be hurting. It be hurting to have to go out and bang on niggas. All that people, niggas talking about they hunting and yo, that's all BS, man. And you're supposed to know that. They don't really mean that. That's just, they talk that nonsense. Man, they talk that silly shit, man. Niggas, most niggas in the street right now don't even do that. They don't be killing. They don't be getting selling drugs. They ain't making no money to speak of. They doing it just to be out there because that's the culture now. They need an alternative, bro. And that's what I'm saying. If you're going to take all those millions of dollars and bring in tanks to try to deter something that is not going to deter, all it's going to do is create more conflict. Like, yo, why not take the money and start to make a real change? Some out the box, something totally that has the potential to change the culture. They don't want that because they know that'll work. They don't want to give them no alternative. Because if they give them an alternative, then they can't do what? They can't put them in jail. And if you can't put them in jail, then guess what? You know how many people, stocks, that own stocks, y'all know about that? The private jail institutions, how it's all funded and held by private entities, investing in jails. So if you keep building jails, how does that help? If you take that money and you rehabilitate them, you put a whole section of the society out of business that don't look like us.
So hold on. Go over your plan. Go over your plan again. You said do what now?
I said you go out and you take the money that you're about to use for these tanks and troops, the millions of dollars it's going to cost, and you get facilities. Now, this is just me talking off the top of my head, but you got to go along these lines because you need to have a plan that houses, feeds, funds, and gives the treatment to change, right? You can't change a dude in the hood if you can't feed them, clothe them, right, and shelter them, right? So once you give a person those things, they don't necessarily have a need to be out there like that. But you can't do it for one guy here and one guy there, and then he still go back and he with the wolves and the hunters. You got to change the narrative. You got to go tell the big homies, listen, this is what we doing now. And you might even do something like take the big homies, and they might become the new CEOs and the captains and the motherfuckers that get a higher stipend. Maybe they get a bigger apartment. Maybe they get more money because they're going to be the ones that help us to bring this shit under control. You gotta think change. You gotta think a different way of dealing with it, because as long as you sit there and say we can't do that because 70% of them is gonna fuck it up, yo, you sound exactly like Trump and them. That's exactly what they said. Yo, they savages, they crazy. Yo, they look like that to them. They look like that to people who don't know them, but we know them. We know them. That same dude that's out there, somebody hunting, we take him around the corner, yo, he'll be crying. You talk to him for maybe crying. He don't even know what hunting is. Like, he don't even know what he involved in. He's the kid. The older dude, they run up in your house and tie you up and talk all that rah-rah, they'd be the first ones telling you, I can't wait to get out the hood. I would love to go down south and relocate with my people. But you can't do that if you don't have the resources. So you get money, you rob, you steal, you kill, you do what you know. But to think that they any different from me and you is crazy. We got the opportunity. CK was able to make the conscious decision. I was able to make the conscious decision. You was able to do what you did to put yourself in that position to be where you at. The barbershop, the crib, my man right there, straight. We all did it. We was all able to do it. But there's a lot of us that don't have the wherewithal to do that. They're in too deep. They don't have the right environment, the right people around them. So at some point, we got to think about not more police. And again, that's not to say in the short term, of course, people who rob, steal, kill, they got to be dealt with. We know that. But that's not where the conversation is at. The conversation is for the thousands that's on the brink of being there that we got to stop. And you got to start to change the culture, man. And that's all I was saying from the start. And when you play the tape back, you're going to see that. Because that's what made me come in here to talk about truth. If you look in the chat, all I was talking about is we don't need more truth. You don't need more of that. Put the resources somewhere else. That doesn't work. We know that don't work. Right? So more police just mean more niggas gonna get locked up. I mean, they can build more jails and they can keep the cycle going. We know them kids. We know they soft. We know half of them that's out there talking about, you know that. You in the barbershop, you know what time it is. Half the niggas talking all that shit soft. They don't get busy. You know what I mean? Niggas shooting niggas ain't even looking. Shooting niggas from down the block. And then they're a shooter. Like, yo, man, we know that. They don't want to be doing that, but it's all they know. And if they don't do it, then they a sucker. But if you take them all and give them a different alternative, right? If I take 100 niggas and house them and feed them and get their credit right and show them a different way and give them mental treatment and cut, and now they come back to the hood with the Jordan and the car and the credit and the whole, that's a whole new hood. They running circles around the dude that's making $20, $30, $40, $50 here and there, $100 here, $200 there. They running circles around them, but they bums. Come on, man, this dude come back shining. Yo, where you been at? Yo, I could take you. You could take me? Yeah, I could take you and get you a studio and put you in this whole situation. All the homies is up there. We all in there kicking it, chilling. It's a whole different vibe. Oh, man, fuck that. Yo, take me. Let's go. Nobody don't want to be out on the corner, the hustling. Come on, man. Like, they talk that shit. That's just like in the rap. The rappers talk that shit. They don't live that. And then the dudes on the street do the same thing. They talk that shit. But they don't mean that. They don't even know what they say. Babies, man. And the old dudes do what they do because that's all they've been doing for the last 30, 40 years. They ain't made it out. They ain't have no other alternative. And they understand. They would be very receptive to it because that's all they need is a place to live and so they can chill and do their thing. They just don't want to be tying niggas up and what. And the ones that just want to do that, then they're the ones that we got our police to deal with. But to think that all the people that's out there doing that wild shit want to be doing it, man, that's crazy, bro. That's not how it goes. Nobody don't want to be in the hood, yo. Everybody want to get out the hood. Nobody don't want to be shooting and killing. Nobody don't want to be selling drugs. Nobody, you want to do it while you in it, of course. I want to be the best drug dealer when I was out there. You know what I mean? You want. I want to be the best killer. I want to be the best robber. I want to be the best booster, card cracker, because that's all I got. But if you give me an alternative, then I'm gonna be the best on the other side. And that's all I was saying, bro. That's all I'm saying.
And look, I feel everything that you said. You definitely made some good points that if they could direct those resources, and look, if they could give all these niggas studio apartments and lofts and Teslas, you feel me?
Teslas,
but just staying out of the streets, that would be awesome.
Right, but that's what you should be. That should be the narrative. That's what you should be calling for. Not take the money because you act like that's some far fetched thing. That's not far fetched. You're about to take tens of millions and put troops. You know what it's going to cost to put troops on the street in all the hoods in America? That's billions of dollars.
Look, I'm saying in the communities that need it the most.
Yeah, like Chicago.
Okay, so
like Chicago, that's nutty, yo. Like,
yo, listen, Chicago is different. Chicago, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not. Chicago is different because but look, it's because of the culture there. Chicago is like real life Grand Theft Auto. If the police don't come till the shooting's over, and they don't do any investigation, right? So they got different places are gonna have to be dealt with different ways. We know that. Some places is gonna take different methods and different ways.
Right.
But the overall plan is to not throw people away. So we may have to put a little bit more resources into Chicago, and we may have to put a little less in, the Nebraska hood, or however we got to deal with it. But all I'm saying is, it doesn't. We know what doesn't work. We know that bringing in the troops is not going to stop nobody from killing. It ain't going to stop nobody from hustling. It's just going to give them more people on the ground to lock up more people. That's it. So if you're gonna if you think that helping the hood is bringing in troops, Mr. Government, that's what I would say to the government. Then take that money and do it a different way. If you really want to stop what's going on, it feels like you don't really want to stop what's going on, because if you took those millions of dollars and gave them an alternative, it's going to destroy a certain segment of the population. You know that.
Look,
right? So that's all I'm saying, yo.
2015, right? In 2015, in Baltimore, we had troops on the ground from the riots in the most vicious neighborhoods, and the killings went down when the troops was here. Like, these guys ain't have room to operate. They were staying off of the streets. As soon as the troops moved out, killings kicked back in like it what?
Okay.
Regular police, it was back to business like you said. Damn, yo clicked off. It was back to business like you saying. Police ain't showing up to after niggas get smoked. You feel me? Not investigating. But when those troops was on the ground, you feel me? I ain't saying all killings, you feel me, stop. But yo, our shit dropped down. Our shit went down major.
Yep.
When those troops was on the ground.
Yep.
So it's like I'm saying in a small city like
Baltimore. What's your name, bro? What's your name?
Shay.
Yeah. Shay. So when the troops was there, everything ceased, right?
No.
So you spent.
No,
right?
I ain't say everything.
Well, but things slow down. Right. Things slow down drastically. And let's just say that cost, I don't know. Let's just put a goofy number. Let's just say that cost $10 million to do that. Right. So they spent $10 million to bring in troops, right? To slow it down to a crawl, right? And then what happened? You said the troops left and went right back to normal.
Fact.
Right? So don't you think that $10 million would have been better spent in a different way? What did we just do? We did nothing right there. But you know what did happen during that time period? So more people got locked up. So more people got put under pressure, right? So some of them drug dealers who couldn't be on the street hustling, now they got to do something different. Maybe they're going in windows now, or they're going to they're stealing out of store. Yo, the crime don't stop. You just move it around, my nigga. You just moving it around, but you're not helping the brothers that's out there. So why not take that 10 million and do something different? Take that 10 million and give them some food, clothing, and shelter, and some treatment. You got it. If the people outside of this conscious type situation don't have no idea that they sick. Like you guys know, because you guys know the information. Y'all know our walk. Y'all talk about it all day, every day. So you know that there's something wrong. It's not right. If there's something wrong with us, and it's as a result of the things that we've been through. So if the people who understand that are still saying 70% of them is just gonna say fuck it and do this, then we doomed. We got no chance. Because that's exactly what the enemy say. That's exactly what he say. He say the
same. Have you ever been in a situation? Have you ever, any of y'all ever been in a situation where y'all presented somebody opportunity, or you told them all of the right things to do? You actually put them in line. We did this in my barbershop before, just to make a point, right? Guys in there, they hustle, early Friday morning, they come get their haircuts. So it's a crew of them, they all come together, right? So tell a dude China, you tell him like this. He like, yo, I want a job, this, that, and the third. All right, my nigga, now you on the spot. My man Mikey, working the barbershop, said, yo, it's an open chair right here. He was like, yo, that chair costs $250 a week. He was like, yo, I will pay for that for you every week. If you show up, I'm going to take you to go get your clippers. You feel me? The nigga said, yo, I used to cut hair over the jail. He said, look, I will take you to get your clippers, buy you everything you need. I will pay for your chair for you. $250 a week. You feel me? Until your clientele get up where you can pay it yourself. You know what I mean? Yo, you can start next week. Yo, they shook hands. He said, yo, I'm going to be here next Tuesday, 8 o'clock in the morning. They shook hands. Yo, when that nigga left, we said, I bet you he don't show up. You feel me?
Right. Now, check it out. Okay, go ahead. I thought you was done.
Hey, one thing real quick, yo. Hey, I got to get up in that morning, man. I'm going to have to holler at y'all.
All right.
I respect everything. I respect everything y'all saying, though, man.
No, we all about to get off. Give him 5 minutes.
Yeah, we about to get off. Just to comment on what you said. Yo, what you said is 100% right. That's the same thing. You know what that is? That's a brother that's concerned trying to help another brother, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of things with that. The first thing that comes with that is, as I said earlier, and I was trying to be clear about this can't be a one-off thing. You can't just pluck a nigga out the hood and say you're going to give him that and then send him back into the culture that he comes from. This don't appeal to him because he know he can go do something else that's different that might not maybe it don't make him more money, but he's still part of the culture. You got to change the culture. You can't just go take. That's like me saying, telling somebody, look, I want to get you a job. How many times do we do that? Try to tell somebody we want to get them a job. Niggas don't want to go just work. Motherfuckers want to be with what's going on. You got to change what's going on. You gotta. This is the masses. You gotta move the masses, bro. You gotta remove the elements. You gotta make it so not just him. You gotta put him and his whole hood up. You gotta make sure you can take the whole hood and put the whole hood up somewhere in bar. Can you put the whole hood in barbershop chairs where everybody eating? And so now this is the new thing now. Right? Well, we're not going out here for this little punk ass money no more because the dude you want to get a chair still got to go out here with the wolves that he run with. He's still part of that culture. So no, that don't appeal to him because he don't understand what that means to go get a living through the right way. Through an 8-hour shift and working hard. But that's corny. That's square. But if you make all of them square, if you show all of them that you could be square and still get busy. Then that's different. Now you're removing the intent. They have no need or want to go back. There's nothing to go back to. Now these dudes become the cool dudes. Why? because they got everything that they thought they needed to do that to get. They got it, but they got it this way, going through this program or going to get a job through this group of people or this entity. You can't do it on a one-off basis. That's never going to work because the wolf is going to go right back and be with the wolves, and he would rather be a wolf. He can't come chill with the sheep all day, then go back with the wolves and feel comfortable. That don't work, bro. So we need, if you're going, and if they weren't going to bring in troops, then that would be one thing. But when you say bring in troops, that's going to take a lot of money. When you say we need more police, that's going to take a lot of money. So why not take them? Police. No. I'm not saying you said that. I'm generalizing right now. I'm not talking about what you said. But when you say bring in more law enforcement, is all I'm saying. That's going to take a lot of resources. And all I'm saying is take them resources and try to help them instead of criminalizing mental disorders, instead of criminalizing social disorders. It's you criminalize. That's what we do. We lock them up. And that don't do nothing. And they come out, they worse. They destroyed. So at some point, that shit has got to change, right? And we gotta rethink how we police. We gotta rethink how this whole law enforcement thing works. And you gotta try to help a people that's damaged, which is us. That's all I'm saying. But listen, I know we all gotta go to bed, yo. It was cool. I appreciate it. CK, I apologize if you was offended and it got out of hand, but you know, with the cutting off thing, sometimes it gets a little frustrating. But when you play the tape back, you'll see I've been saying the same thing since I came on. You do not need more resources into the hood. And if you want to stop the people in the hood from killing, then you need to have a plan to remove the element that causes them to kill. That's all I'm saying. I ain't saying you give a pass to the ones that's actually doing it right now. We know there's going to be people killing, bugging, robbing, raping, and that's why we got police to deal with that. But you got to understand why they doing that, and you need to understand who them people are. And I saw a brother in the chat talking about something about killers, and it ain't right to kill nobody. But I know plenty of people who kill people, man, and they sweetheart. A lot of murders is conditional. Somebody kills somebody I know, I'll go kill them. What am I? Am I a kid? That make me a kid? So what am I? If somebody kills somebody in your family, you go back and kill them. Does that make you a bad person now? No. It's so much tied into this, man. Just to stand on the side like, oh, if they killing, there's a lot involved with this, bro.
That's why I said the molester is just a different type of animal. Like a molester is a real sick motherfucker.
That's different, man. Like them people need to be put away, do what they gotta do. Like we're not talking about that. Right, there's still gonna be people that is gonna not be with the positive shit. We know that. Right. But you got to deal with them accordingly. That's why we got law enforcement. Nobody said you get rid of the police and you give the murderers a pass and you give this ain't about them. That's the minority. Ain't nobody killing out there. The killers is far and few between. The niggas that's killing. There's a difference in killing and shooting. You can shoot somebody and end up killing somebody because you hit them. And then if you're a killer, you go out and you put it in. It's a big difference. There's a big difference in shooting across the street and shooting where a nigga's hair on fire. That's a whole different game, fam. So, I mean, like, niggas just need to understand what's going on out here, man. And, like, if you want to change this shit, yo, you gotta think different about how you police. You can't keep criminalizing our issues. We got to deal with the issues we have. And that's it, yo. I'll talk y'all to death, yo. Y'all have a nice night, man.
Good build, though. CK.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, bro.
CK, you want to close out? Or you on that Call of Duty?
No, I've just been sitting here listening.
I know ain't nobody in the Call of Duty lobby tonight.
Nah, I just been chilling, listening, or whatever. I mean, everybody made some pretty good points. Mm-hmm. I just wish that, that instead of just one thing that everyone on the panel was saying was focused on, that, everything that we were saying was brought up, because we weren't just talking about, hey, having troops there to try to control the violence, but we were also talking about the programs too. Right. We were mainly focusing on the problem in the community is the people that actually are committing the crimes. Yeah, we could talk about the people that ain't into all of that too, because they're gonna need help too. But the main focus that started the conversation was the people that were actually, killing people in the community. So that's what we were focusing on the most, and whatnot. So, I mean, we all, need to do better. I just wish certain individuals wouldn't assume things about people's lives without getting to know them first. and just ask, because we'll be honest, and you never know what a person may know or what they've done until you just ask them. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Like, of course, we're on the outside looking in. A lot of us, some of us, have had to do some crazy stuff growing up. Some of us have not.
We know you was the
Those of us
plug
that
back in the day, CK. We know you was getting it in.
Nah, son. I mean, I was around all that craziness, but I was just like, yo, I am not getting into all that.
I'm
Like,
just
my
messing
dad, when he
with
told me to come home, I came home. I played sports. I stayed
Nothing wrong with
busy.
that at all, man.
You know what I mean? So I understand that some people didn't have that opportunity, but you can't leave people murdering people in the community. You can't do that. That's
Right.
why you have law enforcement. You can't leave them in the community. Yeah, get them help, but you can't leave them in the community though, because it just leaves them the opportunity to do that again.
Victimize
Get
more
them the
people.
help that they need, and then hey, once you feel like we've gotten them the help that they need, whether it's behavioral services, mental health, if they got a drug addiction problem, once you get them the help that they need, and you feel comfortable letting them back into society, then you do that.
Thanks.
But I think he was saying as a whole, we need help as a whole.
Yeah,
You
we
feel me?
do.
So
I
that
always say that on the panel that
right.
slavery and Jim Crow era, that shit did something to us, yo.
Oh yeah.
We ain't never recovered.
All right, though, we will go get out of here. We still got 10 people rocking with us. I'm glad y'all rock with us. Tomorrow night, we're going to do the same thing again. You feel me?
Tomorrow night.
Yes, we
Could
is. We the
we
golf
not be
Garfield
on
of the
till 2 in the
nighttime.
morning? Could we not do
Look,
that?
we the Garfield of the nighttime.
Man, people got to be
Late night,
working
you're
more,
rocking with
man.
the
Look,
Psuedo Killas.
right. Garfield take over the day. You know what I mean? From the
People got
morning to
jobs
the
in the light.
evening. Then Sinetta do his little evening show. You
Oh, he
feel
on the
me?
way out.
And
We got to
the
take his damn block.
the night show to get y'all over the hump. And we got fit in where we fit in at. But we had a good show. Nice little build, you know what I mean? So
Right.
we're gonna try to do the same thing tomorrow. Peace.
Oh yeah. Peace
All
out.
right. Peace. Everybody probably don't fell asleep.
Yeah.